where it is 691 guest.
Okay.
So
What happened? Somebody get in a fight?
Oh no, they're just about one episode.
Oh, were you really last night? Oh my
No,
goodness.
which
There are
explains
more
the late,
more stories.
which explains the late arrivals.
We just converted a skull at 35,000 feet.
Very. Was were all the stories good?
Uh-huh.
That's good. Hello, hello. Okay, there we go. Is that too loud? Yeah, is that good? If you're like this. Okay. Mic check. 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 1 2 1 2 1 1 2 1 2. Okay. Mic check. Yeah. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. I might have to adjust that. It's all gonna vary on how people are talking. Loud yeah, I'll have to, yeah, I'll have to adjust all of that or that. It's going right now, but the problem is that John wants to stream to two things. He wants to stream to Facebook and to YouTube. They don't have a YouTube account that's set up to do it, so Matt had to use his YouTube account. With that, I don't know how to get people to that YouTube account. I mean, I can give them a link, but so I gotta see is
What are you doing? Looking. At what? The board.
view your channel.
What board? That Mackie right there.
Here we go. Okay, so it is live right now. It's working. Let's test something. Mic, check. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Alright, ready to get here.
Okay, audio's working.
Alright, about damn time.
You're telling me. Alright, I'm gonna mute it. What's up, dog?
What are you doing, Aubrey?
Yeah, she caught. I don't know. I've never used this program before, and it makes it so basically you're streaming through one service, and then it's grabbing the stream from that service and bouncing it to other channels.
Right.
But I don't know. I don't like it. It's really stupid, and you need to like set certain things up, and I don't know. But this I use all the time. I've used this so much. Yeah, I'm trying to keep everything muted for now.
Yeah, we don't want to hear you cuss on it. We don't want to hear you cuss on it.
That's fine. I'm not talking. I'm sitting back here, micing people up, and fucking John wants me to edit videos and stuff. And
He's Rain Man. He's a who? He's Rain Man. You know that? Well, I kind of think he looked like one anyway. Like Rain Man? Like Dustin Hoffman in Rain Man.
we
Because
can
he was
play.
kind of mental.
We can play music as well.
Did you think so? Did you think so?
I think what? I don't. I don't. Can't. I can't
What are you
think
gonna?
right now.
What are you gonna play?
Mike, I got 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah, but you're young.
I don't care. I'm tired, but also I'm here on time
Yeah.
before 8 actually.
Well, you got here before the 6 minutes after.
Oh, hey, you said you was gonna get here before me. What happened to that? You didn't get here before anybody.
That's right. I thought I'd
I just
make
wanted to
y'all
point it
feel.
out.
I thought I'd make you feel good.
It worked.
See?
Feel fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, Jeremy, if you do want to do something for me, you can manage the camera. So,
Oh hell.
basically, the only thing we're gonna have to change with the camera is like bringing it. Leave it where it is. Don't shift it. Okay, are you first up? All right.
I am, yeah.
Cool.
Do you want this off, the lanyard off, so it's not?
I mean, it's up to you if you want to keep it. The mic will be clipped basically to your collar.
Okay.
So we can clip it probably around here, and that should be good. And then you can either hold this or clip it to your belt, whichever one's more comfortable, or pocket, or wherever you want to clip that.
Yeah.
And so, okay, and then let's run a quick audio test. All right, go ahead and just speak.
How are we doing? Can you hear it all through?
Yeah, we're picking it up. Basically, I'll adjust this depending on each speaker will probably be different
Yep.
for loudness, so I can adjust that needingly. And then we also have another mic up there.
Yeah.
So some folks are going to be directly on the mic. That's what the other gentleman told me.
Okay.
To go directly on the mic versus being mic'd up.
Yeah. So
so-
we'll be both up there, but Bo will.
It's working.
Yeah, it's working. But Bo will go to the microphone as and when it's required. Obviously, most of the questions will be directed towards me, but Bo will stand in. And then, do we have any other hand mics other than that one? So if there's obviously us being in the factory, there's going to probably be other questions throughout the day that they want us to do.
So yeah, so we only have the two mics. We have that one and the one up
Okay.
there. So it's got a long cable, so if you need to, you can pass it
Yeah.
around.
Okay.
Maybe.
So that one is on cable.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's wired.
Not an issue. If the situation arises, then I'll get up and I'll speak to any of the questions.
And yeah, and like Chris was saying, if you also you could just repeat the question, and so the stream can hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want that on every question?
Yeah, so if somebody asks a question, just because instead of us passing a microphone around to get, I have a question like a town hall, if, so what do y'all expect to see about AD 123? Okay, we were just asked, what do we expect about AD 123?
Okay. Yeah.
And that way it's clear
Interview
for
style.
the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that, and plus it gives you a second to kind of compose your thoughts and do that. But then it makes it crystal clear for when we're streaming and the saved audio that the audience is like, what was the question? He's just talking randomly about, a tail falling off or something. Are you ready on your end, Jackson?
I believe so. Yeah, I can turn the audio on and do.
Give me just a second. Are you ready?
Yeah. I mean,
Do you have PowerPoint or?
no, we're not. We're just going to speak.
Just speaking. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we can.
We're just going to speak.
Stand-up comedy style.
No comment.
Where do you got the power line?
You okay? Overweight.
This guy.
You okay?
Yeah. So funny. Oh yeah. That's so funny.
What happened back here?
CG too far to back.
Usually it's the other way around. Morning. How you doing?
Good. Did you get some rest?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Psyched up for this morning?
Yeah. I got the boxing gloves on ready,
Excellent. Yes. Face guard, the whole deal.
We said to Chris, have you got any shields, like riot shields? We'll get the National Guard across.
I don't see any.
Okay. All right, good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome to the 2025 Hancock Enterprises Twin Commander Fly-In. We've got several people here in the room with us. We appreciate all you guys for coming in and joining us. We also are live streaming to Facebook. So thank you for those that are going to be able to join us there. And if you're on Facebook, if you have a question, you can post below. We're monitoring those, and we'll try to get those in if we can. So we've got quite a few speakers today. Starting us off is going to be Alif Austin and Bo. I'm not going to butcher his last name. They're from Ontic and Twin Commander from the mothership. They're going to get us started off and have some information for you guys. So y'all give them a warm welcome. And Ali and Bo, y'all come on up.
Thank you, Chris. Morning, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to extend my thanks to Hancock for hosting this and for inviting us. It's a good opportunity for us to come and meet some of the people that we've not met. Obviously, we had our own Commander fly-in in June, which, a few familiar faces and a few unfamiliar faces. So thank you for all being here. Appreciate it, and thank you for Hancock for hosting us. I'll do a brief introduction of myself. My name is Ali Fallon. I'm the Value Stream Director for ONTIC for the Type Certificate Program. I'm responsible for running the program on the Twin Commander and the Metro Merlin program that we own the type certificates for. Based down in Creedmoor, North Carolina, and I've been in aerospace about 12-ish years, mostly engineering background, but recently in June moved into this role to support the Twin Commander and type certs. To my right, I have Bo Vukadinovic. I don't care about butchering his final name. But yeah, Bo is our airworthiness technical director. We brought him on board a few months ago to really strengthen the integrity behind our regulatory and technical team. He comes from a wealth of experience of dealing with the FAA on the Boeing side, but is a real strong addition to our team on the technical side and is really leading the way on how we approach things going forward. So thank you all for letting me speak. And I think the primary thing from me is to touch on where we're going and where we have been. There's a little bit of a transition in the past few years. We've seen that. We have a distribution partner, the AAR, that on the parts side we introduced into the arrangement with Twin and Metro in 2022. And what that's done from an ONTIC perspective is slightly distance ourselves from the personal connection to you guys, the owner-operators, the people that are inside these aircrafts day in, day out, the ones that are passionate about the aircraft, continue to fly it and want to continue to fly it for the next 15, 20, 25 years. And it's incredibly critical for us to rebuild that relationship because for a long period of time it was there was a connection between the factory and the fleet. And as we've sort of transitioned this program over the past few years, we've started to distance ourselves from that, and we don't necessarily hear the feedback that we need to do and focus in the right areas. So, it's incredibly important for us to have our own fleet conference in June, and then also attend this fly-in and be available for questions and give you some answers and give you the opportunity to meet us and grill us. And I think the critical thing for me is that we know that there's areas that we need to improve. We know there's areas that the aircraft needs to improve, but it's making that disconnect sort of being eliminated and making sure that we're focusing in the right areas, we're putting resources in the right position to approach the right topics in the right way, but then also continue to fly this aircraft safely. And that's the number one priority for me, is making sure that everyone that flies in this aircraft it returns in the same condition, or if not, a happier condition than they originally left. So I think part of it is telling you guys about where we are right now and where we want to get to. And then the other part of it, which is a little bit more of a backwards and forwards, is taking from where we want to get to. We can't get to there without any of you guys, either by investing in this aircraft, but also telling us where we need to invest in the aircraft. And that's the critical thing, is that you're the ones inside these aircraft every day, and you're flying them. You have been flying them for 10, 15, 20 years. There's a lot of passion in this room, and that's also not just from the fleet perspective, but also from the factory perspective. I'd like to think people like Bruce and the other service centres hopefully have seen a little shift in the dynamic and the response from ONTIC in the last year or so, but there's a rejuvenated energy in the program. We are wanting to do things differently and approach it, but also understand where we need to invest in and where we need to focus on an obsolescence, a reliability, but then also on the parts and availability side as well. So thank you for welcoming us, and I think it's critical to show for us to be here. I know some of you have met us, some of you haven't, so thank you for listening to me go on. Where we transition into the next phase of ONTIC and Twin Commander is, how do we keep this aircraft structurally sound, but also, on the avionics side and also on the just the modification side, how do we take it forward? Because there's been a lot of investment from you guys as owner operators over the past probably 20-ish years of investing in this aircraft because you have to, whether there's service bulletins, whether there's ADs. And we want to get to a point where you invest in this aircraft because you want to, because there's passion, you love the aircraft, And that's where, as we transition into this next phase, that's where we want to get to. And we can't do that without the input of focusing in the right places. So off the back of all of the conversations, and I know there's various speakers today that will be providing a little bit more operational insight to the aircraft. You know, obviously my perspective is from the factory and how can we do things differently from a design and a sustainment perspective. But we'll be, you know, available today and this evening to answer any of the questions you have. I know that there's a lot of passion, and that can lead to some very interesting questions. Usually they all come from Bruce, but you know, don't be afraid to ask me questions. I'm not going to shy away from them, but also I'm not going to promise you an answer that you want to hear, because sometimes the answers won't be what you want to hear. But it's also the transition as we go through this to understand, are we focusing in the right areas? Are we looking in the right places? But also, do we continue to grow this aircraft and make sure it's got the support it needs? So in that modification sort of investment phase, we really need to look at where we're seeing reliability issues, and we took a whole slew of engineering projects off the back of the conference in June. As a result of that, Bo's gone away, and you know we've looked to, we're hiring an additional design engineer to address some of those projects so that we can start to get some of these, what I would call simple improvements into the aircraft, some of the user-friendly modifications that were highlighted, but then also making sure that we just have the right areas addressed. We're also looking, you know, it's not just an ONTIC thing. We also are looking to strengthen that relationship with people like Honeywell. You know, that's another thing, is it's not just for this aircraft, you also need engines. So it's making sure that we're strengthening that relationship there and using our global organization to help us. But that's sort of how we addressed things in June, was making people aware of, there's a lot of sort of conversation, ONTIC versus Twin Commander. Obviously Twin Commander as a company, as a brand, is owned by ONTIC. ONTIC is a global organization, and is the type certificates on Twin Commander and Metro are the only type certificates that ONTIC owns globally. So it's a very different business unit to the rest of the products that are within our ONTIC portfolio. But the critical thing to note about ONTIC is that they're also on the next phase of their journey, through their ownership journey, and we're in a position where there's investment coming into our program, and we're then putting that investment into, you know, Bo, the engineering team, the sustainment side, but also parts and how we can be a little bit more proactive on that front. So where we then transition to the ONTIC versus Twin Commander, for me, it's sort of the same, but it's very important to remember that Twin Commander as a legacy, as a brand, is very, very powerful, because we were speaking to Bob last night, and there is no one that I've spoken to that has been inside or flown inside a Twin Commander that's got a bad word to say about it. Everyone loves them. Everyone loves flying in them. Everyone loves looking at them, both as on the piston and on the turbine. So, you know, there's an ultimate strength of that brand, and it's my job as the steward of that brand to then continue to grow it and not to belittle the value that it has. And that's where I think, again, where we're transitioning as a business is understanding the power of that Twin Commander brand and how we carry it forward and how we continue to invest in it and how we go from strength to strength. So ultimately, we are in that position where we continue to grow. We learn from the mistakes that we're making. You know, it's very clear, I'm young, I'm inexperienced, but I think the attitude that I have is a little bit of a fail fast. We have to, you know, work with the relationships that we have with people that are flying it in and out on a daily basis. The service centers are a critical part of that, and bolstering that relationship and making sure that we're guided and informed in the decisions that we're making. So it's very much of, you know, I feel like, and you know, I want this to become the big takeaway, is that we are listening and we are available, and we want to learn from both our mistakes but also some of our successes, but then also learning from the mistakes from 25, 30 years ago and how we can carry it forward. So please do not be afraid to reach out either via the service centres or directly to us. You know, we have a slew of business cards that we can hand out. We've had some fun phone calls over the past year and a half with everything that's gone on with the Forestry Service. You'll know it firsthand, but you know, we're not going to shy away from answering that phone call. We want to support the fleet and represent the fleet to the organisations like the Forestry Service and the FAA, and make sure that the opinions and the perspective of the fleet from both a operational side but then also a commercial side is represented, and making sure that you know, one of the safest aircraft continues to be one of the safest aircraft. So I'm not going to waffle on too much longer. I appreciate that we've got quite a packed schedule today, but as I said, throughout the day, if there's any other questions that sort of people have that they want to ask, you know, either in front of the forum or offline, then please raise your hand. We've worked with Chris to make sure that we'll come up and we'll answer any of the questions, and don't be afraid to reach out and ask any of the questions that you want to ask, because that's the whole point we're here, right, is to be able to front up to some of the questions that you have, and you know, hopefully you take away that we are starting to sort of change the cycle of where we're looking and how the company is growing, and how therefore Twin Commander will sustain both as a successful aircraft but as a brand for the next 15, 20, 25 years. So off the back of that, in the immediate, does anyone have any questions that they would like to raise and address?
So it got busy this summer with our operations with fire, and I haven't had a lot of time to chat with some of our cooperators in the air attack industry with the Forest Service. But I know there was a challenge getting part components for repair of cracks in the tail that had been identified when the companies had engaged in the service program before. So I wondered where that was at this point, how the parts availability were for repairs.
Yep. And just for insight, I'm going to repeat the question, not just for everyone in the room to be able to hear it, but also for the live stream. So the question was around Service Bulletin 244 and the Forestry Service operated aircraft on their special missions and part availability. So yes, you're very right. In the beginning of the year, we had some challenges around part availability for a couple of reasons. The first reason was with Service Bulletin 244, we weren't fully sure about what we were going to find once we did those inspections. It's a little bit hard to predict about what parts needed to be replaced. And as a result of where we were, we didn't fully know what parts needed to be replaced, and we weren't as proactive. So there was a lead time that then was institutionalized as people started opening up the birds and identifying, you know, discrepancies with the cracking and finding things and detecting it. Obviously, parts needed to be replaced, but we were running at lead time. We did everything we could to expedite that, but we were running at lead time. Subsequently, what we've done is you know, we have parts available on the shelf right now. So the first thing to note is Service Bulletin 244 did identify a plethora and a slew of different cracks in different places, mainly in the empennage. That was on we'll use the 80-20 rule on this. That was on most of the aircraft models that were flying around and operating under that contract. There are a few more that potentially become the next iteration of Service Bulletin 244, but ultimately within that we found parts that needed to be replaced. Ontic has now got those on the shelf with us. With the commonly replaced parts, use CK175, the Dash 43 frames. We have that available on our shelf now, so that we're agile and we can work to that, because yeah, the feedback was sort of known and we criticized ourselves internally. A little bit was, you know, I will use the excuse and the reason of we didn't know what was going to be identified, but also in that moment we've taken a risk-based approach of making sure that, you know, we wanted to be, as a company, we want to be relatively lean on the inventory that we held, obviously with a distribution partner and service centers that are there. You know, in theory, there should be parts available throughout every step of that process, but that wasn't quite working the way that we wanted it to do. So since then, we've made some changes operationally. We're not necessarily seeing the success of that right now, but as a result, Ontic have taken it upon themselves, and we have parts available that are being commonly replaced in that 244 process.
Thank
tail. Where are we at, Bo, as far as the engineering approach to this? You know, a lot of us talking about, you know, taking the back part of a previous repair, the hole's gonna get so elongated. Then we got another issue there. You know, it's been talked about, I mentioned to you yesterday evening, about actually using digital x-ray to see if we have a problem instead of having to physically take it apart to take care of that.
Yeah, I'll repeat the question, and then Bo, you can provide the answer. So the question was around, you know, the current tail issues. We can link it to sort of Service Bulletin 218 because that's sort of the topic that we're using to discuss this, and around using alternative methods rather than taking apart the birds every period of time and enlarging the holes on the skins, etc.
So basically, in regards to immediate question of the engineering package, we are currently starting to work on that, trying to get to the little bit more permanent and longer term solution in general. We are at the kind of beginning of that process, and it's going to take some time and to get approved and so on and so on. But generally, we are thinking in that direction, and we are heading that way, I guess. As far as the new concept of X-raying kind of thing, that's at the moment in its infancy, and we would need, I guess, to reconnect, have a technical sessions on it, and see where that goes, and then make appropriate alignment with the regulator as well to have that approach and method approved and blessed, that it's adequate and it's appropriate for the issues that we are dealing with. So honestly, this is the first time I heard yesterday from you, so it's news to me, but definitely as we agreed upon, we will have couple of, or not couple, but as many as needed, technical working sessions over the teams or whatever, and discuss that in more details and see where it goes.
Well, I know that there's a Canadian company that is actually doing this digital X-ray on the tail, and the safe air transport up in Canada seems like they're buying into it.
So that's the question. The comment was there is Canadians are doing something that's already kind of ahead of us, a little bit ahead of United States in that regards, and doing that under the TCCA authority. The reality of the whole thing is TCCA and the FAA is not necessarily perfectly in sync, nor they are necessarily exchanging the operations. It's kind of goodness that they happen to be doing that. It's still, for us, it still means that we would have to run through the cycle here internally within the US with the Eastern Certification Branch in Atlanta, get that kind of bought out, and then be able to utilize it in the future. But definitely it would help if we have like you mentioned, if we have a Canadian experience that's been proven that it's working. So it's better than going with completely novel approach that you still have to prove the validity of the concept to the regulator.
And the other part of that parallels is how are we working with you and the FAA on this issue on the tail?
So I will talk, I guess, a little bit later on that, if you don't mind me postponing it a little bit, and then maybe let's go with a little bit lighter. This is a more elaborate question. The question was how we are working together with the FAA on the tail resolutions and what's currently happening at the moment with the regulator on the empennage. So but I'll address that separately if you don't mind.
While on the topic of Canada and the United States and reciprocal approvals, I have a Canadian aircraft that was converted with an engine under an STC in Canada, and my maintenance inspector from the FAA sent me some referrals to review, which is a Montreal Protocol agreement between FAA and Transport Canada, wherein there is supposed to be a reciprocal buy-in of approval between countries for STC'd items. So maybe there's something in place already that's a good groundwork that would be present that the ACO in Atlanta can use as a reference so that to justify.
So just to,
I think they call that a bilateral agreement.
Yeah.
correct. Just to repeat for the audience, the question was around the bilateral agreements between TCCA, Canada, and FAA, United States regulator, and also, let's say, the approval was under the STC in Canada, but it got to be moved and transposed into the US one. So what you're discussing is quite normal, and it's been established practice. It's not only with Canadians, it's also primarily with EASA, with European regulator, because that's how the efficiency in the system works. The fact that I be honest, I haven't really digged into that at all with the Eastern Certification Branch to see how is that going and so on. I wouldn't be able to comment at the moment how mature and how robust that relationship is. From what I've seen and what I kind of talked about with them a little bit in the outskirts of that issue, I'm not seeing necessarily close and open relationship and bond between those two agencies. Regrettably, I would like to see that, honestly, especially that we are doing very similar missions, to be honest with you, especially in the Forest Services arena, but I'm not seeing how that works. I may jot down your question, and I'm gonna specifically ask at the next monthly meeting we have with them, and ask how's that really going, so that we know what protocols are in place, what needs to happen, and so on and so on. I'll tell you from other experiences, we are having some, I'll be honest, really elaborate efforts to transfer, let's say, existing type certificates that we have either for Metro or for Twin, for instance, in Australia. And we are working with CASA. The process for that is 17 pages long with a signature from the second cousin of the Pope. I mean, it's serious undertaking bureaucratically just to get to transfer, okay, this was, let's say, Metro, now it's Hancock, or something like that. So there is also that kind of aspect of bureaucracy, and luckily I'm working closely with a very patient member of my team. She's a senior document control specialist, and she's extremely special. We had to the length, actually, of her, for whatever reason, different reasons, but we had to go to the lengths of her getting the passport, getting registered in Australia, getting registered business in Australia. We had to go through the hoops that you cannot imagine. It was an effort of 3 months just collecting the data. Only on Friday, we have submitted the package, which is this high, to them saying, okay, we think we have everything now, and can we have that transferred finally? So hopefully that's not the case with TCCA, and I'm glad that you have a guidance, which is very important that you got the guidance from the friendly ASE, from your inspector, and that's something to cherish, because you want to work closely with people that want to help you towards the same goal. And even if we need, I know now to reach you, if we need to, even I can help for my own benefit, just kind of another set of documents, what was the path that he had advised, so that I can go use that in my arguments to say, okay, why don't we do that if we need to do that? Thank you.
Go ahead.
So my perspective is the Twin Commander brand is only as viable as its weakest link, and we're talking about parts. They were talking about parts for the tail issue. This is a more general question about parts availability. The first part of this question is, does ONTIC indulge in any used or refurbished parts, or is it strictly new?
Yeah, so for those that didn't hear the question, it's the overarching question is around parts availability. The initial question was around, does ONTIC support refurbished or spare sort of open market parts, or do they only support new? So from our perspective as the OEM, we certify the part as airworthy and compliant from a factory new perspective. If there's parts that are out there that we know that there's individual stockists and spare parts like PartsBase, ILS, and things like that. We're not necessarily in the interest of buying those, but where we see a part shortage, usually it's actually we advise people to go directly to those sources because it's more expedient and just an easier process to follow, which is self-reflective on us. We are, if there's a need to support that, then we will, but primarily we focus on the OE side of things of making sure they're compliant to the drawing and they're airworthy.
So the second part of that question is like to Bruce and our hosts, the Hancocks. It seems like there's a fair amount of parts that can only be sourced used. Is that dozens? Is it hundreds? Is it thousands? Where of parts that you can't get new through OnTech and you have to source used, and then along with that, when you're sourcing them used, there's varying degrees of difficulty to find them, and some of those parts are super hard to find. And are you in tune with the service centers about those ones that are super hard to find used that could potentially ground an airplane and eventually make the brand unpopular?
Yeah, so I'll repeat the question and then you can give your answer. Yeah.
Hancock's and Bruce.
Yeah.
Is it dozens or hundreds or thousands that your only possibility is to source them used?
Go ahead, Bruce.
I was just gonna say, first, it's great that Bo and Ally are here to have this conversation. I just wanted to say that. But to me, the job of the type certificate holder, working with clients, owners, service centers, is to identify where that next weak link is gonna come. In other words, it shouldn't sneak up on us. So if we communicate that we need a ammeter or some critical part where there's no economical, viable replacement that we can't chew out with our own teeth, we need a replacement certified. We should be able to forecast that to keep the airplanes flying. That's the key to the whole operation, exactly on point. And that's what we've done for decades. Some longer than others involved in the business, but absolutely critical path parts. And Ally can speak to that effort because that is the key to keeping it flying.
Yeah, so thank you, Bruce, and thank you for your question. So for those online, the question was around quantifying, the refurbished parts that are on the market where we can't find an OE solution, or at the same time, there isn't a necessarily viable option in the open market to solve the problem that was looking at. The question was around tens, hundreds, thousands, what's the quantity of that? The comment from Bruce is correct, is that it's iterative, is that there's a little bit of reliability assessment on our end that we need to be doing to get in front of that. But then in the same point is the relationship with the service centers. We have a monthly meeting where we discuss what we call our obsolescence, where we find those gaps. And it's a little bit of a proactive look saying, we're starting to see these fail, or we're starting to see a lack of availability, we're down to our last 5, 10, what can we do about that, and raising that issue. So it's a little bit of both. We fully empower our service centers to support the fleet. They're authorized service centers. Arguably, they're more informed than us, especially, Bo and I are new to the program. We've got experience, but we're new to the Twin Commander program, and Bruce and his family have been around the Twins for a very long time. So there's a heavy empowerment to the service centers, but also we're working on that relationship to make sure that there's the two-way communication where they flow up those issues, and we can also focus and make sure that we drive it through our engineering team at the right prioritization. I.e., this one's got 100 left, okay, raise the flag, but it's not right now that we have to solve. This one has 5, how do we address this? So ultimately it is, yes, there is that communication route available, we are working that, but also at the same time is they're only seeing it from their perspective, right? Is that Bruce is only going to comment on what he's necessarily seeing at Naples and Byerly. You know, Matt Isey's only going to comment on what he's seeing at Aero Air. You know, Scott Dillon's only going to comment on what he's seeing at Eagle Creek. So what it is very important, and it was raised primarily by Bob last night, is taking that forum and all raising it, because you've all got different perspectives. But ultimately, it's very important to get that feedback from the fleet, because you're going to see a very different perspective from your aircraft and your usage than anyone else might see. So making sure that we highlight that is very important, because there's a lot of, as I said, with the relationship that was had between the factory and the fleet over the past few years, we've broken that disconnect, and that's probably exacerbated the issue on a couple of different parts. So now we're trying to recover that and make sure that there's a communication route. So there's an element of over communication is a good thing, because then we can highlight all of these issues and we can prioritize effectively. And that's where, you know, we talk about the communication route, and we are working to address that in terms of how we communicate with the fleet. Us being here is one of the ways to do that. But then in addition is, yes, there is a route available, but it's not solely on ONTIC and Twin Commander. It's not solely on the service centers. It's not solely on you guys. It's a collective issue to address. Bob, you were going to add? Sorry, Bo.
Yeah, just thank you for the question, and the comment is spot on. That is exactly the main thing. That's exactly the weakest link, and we are fully aware of it. And I think in joint forces, we can start to address that as we see. And we already have started for some things that I can mention a little bit later.
So in my mind, the rock and the hard place is these guys know which used parts are super hard to find, and so they make it a point to try to collect a few, but those ones that are super hard to find, and then they come back to you, and it's not economically feasible for you guys to stock them, maybe because of the volume, and there's the weakest link.
Yep.
It might keep the plane grounded.
I mean, it's critical, right, from my perspective, is with anything, it's all about supply and demand, like any base business, right? And ultimately, having a stocking distributor, that is the link that should be taking that stocking element concern out of it. And that's where we need to, you know, work with AER to leverage, but also AER is a very data-driven business, so they work on making sure there's demand for all of it. So, you know, there is going to be demand out there, whether it's from you, whether it's from Jimmy down the road, whether it's from Bob. You know, there's going to be demand globally, and that's where we need to, you know, centralize that demand for that component and then further justify it. But I think that's the area that we're not as strong on, is that stocking of the parts, but then also making sure that we're stocking in the right place because there is demand. It's all well and good, to your point, of a service center going and buying the last 5 on the market because they see they need 5. And then once those 5 are gone, the issue isn't necessarily addressed. At that point, it might not be economical to replace that full 5. You're correct. But if there's 30, 40, 50, then it is economical, and we can invest in that, and it's making sure. So one of the areas that, you know, I've challenged the engineering team on is these surveys of, do you guys want it? Is it a project that you want to, you know, modify your aircraft in, or you're seeing an issue and you want to replace this component? If we then come back and we say, okay, 2 people have said that this is an issue, okay, we're not necessarily going to prioritize that as high. If it comes back and says 50, 60, 100 people are seeing this as an issue, that's where it goes to the top of the chain and we start working on it, because, you know, we can't support every component on this aircraft immediately. That's not realistic, especially on an aircraft of this age and legacy. So we have to make sure that we're supporting as much as the fleet as possible and doing that, because it's, again, the 80-20 rule. And that's where I think we need to focus on, and that's where the communication element comes in, is having that connection to you guys to make sure that we're getting those fleet surveys. You're having your say and your input in where we're targeting our improvements and where we're looking at the obsolescence replacements so that we can support the fleet effectively.
So back to Bruce and the Hancocks. Let's say it is one of those super hard parts to source.
I can tell you what right now. Find a torque transducer right now.
Okay.
I mean, you know, and then you get with Honeywell, and they don't have any available. So you're out there looking all over the world to find them. And we don't have the torque transducer. gonna have any indication in the cockpit. And it also has other things in it. It's gonna, the horsepower limiter is also running through.
So,
the transducer.
so the comment was about the torque transducers that are currently in dire need, and thank you for the comment. But I'll address your aspect in general terms. It's not applicable to only that or lack of buy or limited buy or whatever. Even if it's, let's say, you are out of the options right now, something that that we talk about here relatively lightly and easily, and you think it's slam dunk, it's easy to implement and so on. Let me tell you the other part of the story, what's behind that effort. Current effort on twin, top of the tail, anti-collision light. You cannot buy that thing anymore. So we had to go into redesign, i.e. full recertification effort. Inside information, that effort is currently taking 6 months. To the point, because of various reasons, we missed the window where we initially thought, let's say, early September, where we're gonna hit the plane to do the ground test on it and do the check, get it certified, get it done. Well, the environment at the moment that we are facing is that regulatory comments came minute to 12 with how about you do this, how about you do that, how about you do this? And there is like page and a half of additional requirements that we are now in a position to address. We have to address, we just addressed them on Friday. We're gonna go wet through them, resubmit and so on. But it tells you how long relatively simple modification takes place. And then imagine, let's say, going into the torque. Oh, now we're gonna have a severity level. Like this is relatively relevant stuff. Let's go into torque. Oh, engine indication misleading or so on. You're gonna have a false indication. Project that into the certification effort. That's something you don't see, but you have to trust us. It's not that nobody's willing to do that. Everybody's jumping on it, and we cannot pick how many we want to do. But the whole thing is a serious undertaking. And that's what's slowing things down. We wish to make things happen overnight, but it takes time.
I was actually going a slightly different direction, which is back to the Hancocks and Bruce. Let's go back to these parts that can only be sourced used, and sourcing them comes in varying degrees of difficulty, and now we're talking about the ones that are really difficult. And they know what they are, right? And they try to collect them. So here comes the question. Eagle Creek collected one, but they used it last year, okay? Now they have none, and they have an airplane that could potentially get grounded. But Bruce happens to have one in his collection, and Eagle Creek needs that. Are you gonna cough up your one and only to Eagle Creek? In other words,
Five times the weight of gold in value.
in other words,
Which part is this? I gotta get
well,
Bruce, let up now, man.
and there's the essence of the question. They're competitive businesses, but how cooperative is it when it comes to those super hard parts to find? Are you gonna cough up that part to Eagle Creek?
I think that's a good question. I think, I would say that everybody here and everybody that has or likes a commander is on the same team. We want to keep them flying. So it's a small world, and absolutely there's, we call it co-opetition. You know, we have, you know, people around the world, and if you call me and you need help, we need to stick together. So absolutely there's a coordination, communication, in the networks of people that keep these airplanes flying. So, you know, we do it every day.
And
There's one thing that, this goes back many, many years ago when I worked for Tennessee Jet. And we had a 20 group where we had all kinds of different people in it, not just maintenance people, not aviation people, but when we opened up and said, we can get this part repaired for this amount of money, when we broke the ice, then somebody else says, well, I can help you with this one, and that's something what we need to do, and Bruce hit on it, the cooperative strength of this legacy airplane. We all gotta stick together and work together when it comes to these hard to find parts. We just, Bruce called me, and if I got it, and he's got a grounded airplane, we're gonna do what we gotta do, to get his airplane customer happy and back in the air.
And that's universal amongst most all the service centers?
It's definitely encouraged from our perspective. I think the service centres and ONTIC got together in February and we had a round table, and I would say everyone is very acutely aligned to Bruce's goal, right? Is keeping this aircraft flying and keeping the end customer satisfied. And I think we are seeing that on a regular basis, that cooperation between the service centres, but ultimately it's we're all fighting on the same team, as Bruce says, and we're all aiming for the same goal. So we are seeing it, and I think ultimately it is going on a daily basis. They're constant communication saying, I have this part that I need, but you need it sooner. What's the lead time, working it through, but then also there's give and take. Byerly has something Eagle Creek needs, Eagle Creek has something Byerly needs. There's ways to solve problems. So that is a day-to-day challenge that is being addressed by the service centres, but also there's ways that we can step in and help and understand, okay, well, this is our lead time perspective, so it puts people at ease to free up one part because they can see line of sight to another, but especially on these hard to reach parts, that's where the challenge comes in.
So in the industry, within the industry, all the firefighting aircraft, we have a group of operators, contractors. We're all competitive, so to speak, but cooperative in working on fire. In the Forest Service work, we do a lot of that ourselves in between companies, because what goes around comes around. There's one day you've got something for somebody, and you're gonna need something else another day. And the whole deal is there's two games, right? The first is we're on a fire mission. If one of our aircraft goes out of service, I think what's important to realize about these commanders is when they're in an air tactical role, that's one airplane. But that airplane, think of it as 6 to 10, because if it's not up there controlling, the Forest Service regulations say you can't engage with more than 2 aircraft of the same type, like 2 tankers. 2 large air tankers could work together. 2 seats could work together. A helicopter and a seat can't work together without aerial coordination. It's part of the standards. So we have to get an airplane back up just to take care of a fire, to try to take care of that mission, because that is kind of the idea. We're trying to put out a fire. And then the other part is, because fire is a short-term, high-intensity exercise, and the demands of the government, the costs that we have to charge per hour means we can have $20,000 to $50,000, $60,000 of gross revenue a day compromised if that airplane's sitting on the ground. And real quickly, the cost of a part, I don't want to give people an idea, yeah, you can rape us, because they already do, but there's a lot of value in having that part, and you may be willing to pay a lot for it. And it's getting to the point, this gentleman's idea, that it might be worth, and I'm thinking about it, it might be worth having an airframe or 2 sitting as a parts inventory that's already cataloged. We know where the voltage regulator, we know where the part is in that airplane to go grab and put on our airplane today. So it's a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, and it is a community, right? This is the Twin Commander community, and it's very much that feel. I've worked on very many different programs, very commercial Boeing programs that it's the complete opposite, right? And you're right, is that every day on those missions that a plane is down is, yes, there's a commercial impact, but also, think about what it's doing. It's addressing a wildfire and the impacts that has to, our environment and the earth that we live on. I'm not going to claim that we're the most ecological. We work in aerospace, right? It's but there's a certain value that goes beyond people wanting to just hold on to parts. And I think that's where the community is a very community feel-like approach, and that is something that we encourage. You know, we're not, from my perspective, yes, I have a spare parts business. Ultimately, the fleet solves problems that we can't solve in the time that they need them, and that's more on me to make sure that those parts are available, right? Is that if I want to grow my business and I want to sell more parts, okay, well, then I have to make sure the supply chain is there. And if we don't have parts available, we're not going to say you need to ground that aircraft and call it a day, because that's not the right thing to do for that person's business, but also the brand of Twin. So that's definitely where we want to go, is that we want to have all the parts that are available, but also I'm not going to have every single part on that aircraft available in the hope that one day Hart is going to need that one component. That's just not necessarily the most effective way, but there's a balancing act, and there's stuff that we can be a lot more focused on making sure we look in the right areas.
Oh, I can tell you one thing, I mean, the older commander guys here would know, but coming from a guy that I've given hundreds of introductory commander flights throughout my career with commanders, for people that don't know the line and don't have the passion for it yet, but are looking to buy one, the number one thing, say 10 years ago and before, that one commander always promoted, that was the tipping point for people to get into it or not, they always advertise that we've got 50 years of parts to keep the fleets of the aircraft going. That was the number one thing that swayed somebody from jumping into a legacy aircraft and from not. And I know the last 5 years with the world going to hell in a handbasket, the supply chains have gotten there, but if you want to, my opinion, if you want to keep the line prosperous and going outside of doing more to get it out to the general public who don't know these airplanes, for a legacy aircraft, the single most important thing you can do is to be able to tell them, yes, you're buying a legacy aircraft, they don't make the stuff anymore, but we've got stuff sitting on the shelf here that can keep that fleet flying for the next 10, 20, 30 years. That gives somebody coming in to buy an aircraft they're not familiar with that comfort that, yes, I am. I've got the pros and cons for buying a new airplane, but I know I've got the support of the factory, the service centers, and whatever that can keep that plane flying. And then because that, for people who don't know, is a huge risk. But that's the number one thing. I know you have the 80-20 rule, and it's a business too. But if you're in that 20%, you don't have that part, your airplane's grounded.
Yep.
And you don't want to, there's got to be some way to bridge that too. And then piggybacking off on one more thing, when we had the last fly-in that we did up in Peoria, there was a lot of hype and talk about promoting the line, getting it out there to people via online, social media, or whatever, and kind of uniting everybody together. I think it's critically important for promoting a legacy aircraft to be able to have a place to go for that we have a united voice for everybody. Because if you look around here and the last few fly-ins, about 80% of us are guys out of here every time. It's the new people that are coming that you want to get in and get introduced. And that is critical to keep it going, because us here that like these airplanes are going to fly them until we die, or the airplane can't fly anymore. But we're not really the future for the legacy to keep going, and I think that's something critically important for OTEC, for you guys, because the airplanes don't fly, you guys don't make any money. Have something out there, you know, to get that airplane out there and get known, because we can only do so much one-on-one.
Yep.
You know.
Absolutely. And do you want to add on to that, or would you like me to address that statement first?
Well, it's kind of a comment. I mean, in our family's 30 years of being round turbine commanders, the rule was always, we've got 95% of the parts that we can ship out within 24 hours. I think most of you will agree that's the way it was up until about 5 years ago. And it made the airplane so attractive, even though it was an older model. 95% of the parts would be shipped within the next day, and then we'll work on the other 5%.
Yep.
And it all kind of changed, it seemed like, when AAR got involved. And I'd like kind of an explanation of, number one, why AAR got involved, and then why you brought them in, and then what is kind of the chain of command? I mean, are you determining what's needed? Is AAR? I mean, why did you change something that had been working so well for so many decades?
Okay, yeah. So I'll address the first comment, which was around, you know, the selling point of the Twin Commander was that, you know, there was several years of stock available to support this aircraft, and to do that. Yes, we've gone into a different transition in where we are in terms of stocking parts and as business grows and changes. But yes, that's a very valid comment to make sure, and it's not going unknown. The other element of that statement was around the marketing side. So that's definitely somewhere where we're investing in Ontic. Some of you would have met a very energetic, bubbly individual called Natalie at the Peoria conference. She's one of our marketing individuals. She works out of the UK. They're looking to recruit someone for our Creedmoor facility to push that. But that's a big thing from us, is investing in that marketing, making it known, getting stuff out there. But then also some of the feedback and the whip arounds that we did with the mentee and taking the feedback from the people in the room gave us some great data to go. Firstly, are we reaching the people that are already connected in the fleet? No. Are we reaching ones that could potentially be in the fleet? No, right? So what do we need to do differently? So we've got a lot of data off the back of that we're working to implement sort of community forum pages for us to, have a backwards and forwards to that point of the hard to reach. I need this part, has anyone got one? Oh, I've got one. And some random person in, Belgium that's operating this aircraft can reply and say, okay, and then you can figure it out. But then also saying, okay, we have a regular cadence with some of the service centers, but making sure that that is delineated across and that we have regular communication with you guys with the updates from the factory. We have a newsletter. Is that reaching everyone? And making sure that we have that. So we're investing in that now, and we're going forward with that with some quite intensity. Obviously, the twin assembly was the first factory sort of assembly that we'd had in 10 years. Matt Isley had made the joke around the first Apple Watch was released this last time that Twin got together. That's, it's very a hard-hitting sort of statement, right? Is that the last time that the whole fleet got together, instigated by the factory, was 10 years ago. And that's something that, we can't stand. So that's something that we're going to. And then to address your comments around why AR were, added into, what value they add, who push and pulls the triggers. So a little bit, I can't fully comment around why they were put in place, purely because I wasn't on the program at that time. In 2022, the leadership of my business made a decision. Most of it will be around, as a business, they didn't want the inventory to be sitting on our business. And in theory, for general aviation, there are some success stories of having distributors in place to then make sure that they then stock more, to then have that 30 years of stock available. So that was the primary reason at the time. But again, I wasn't sort of involved with the decision making. In terms of who makes the decisions, it's a little bit of both. There's a very big push. We're using the historical data to then say, okay, this is historically how many times this component was utilized and sold within a year. To then say, okay, so we have a demand on AAR that says, on the twin side, say, a safety stock level. For part A, you need to have 30 in stock at any point in time. Part B, you have to have 5. Part C, you only have to have 1, right? Just based on the utilization, part classification, runner, repeater, stranger, those kind of terms, right? So that was given to AAR at the conception of the agreement, and that's what we, we strongly encourage them to and hold them accountable to stocking to that level. Are we seeing full discipline to that? No, we're having challenges on that. On the supply chain side, where parts aren't available for them to achieve that safety stock level, and then also some of the, maybe the safety stock level is 5 and the only MOQ that you can buy is 30. They're also a business that they're making decisions. So what we need to do is, it's driven by us, but also driven by the demand of the fleet. So making sure that there's clear routes available.
Who's actually buying the parts there? I mean, does AAR own the inventory, or do you own the inventory and you're just storing it at AAR?
So it's a little bit of both. There is Ontic-owned inventory stored at AAR, and there's a AAR-owned inventory that they also. So in terms of the sourcing, Ontic go and purchase and certify the part as airworthy and give it the 8130 tag. And then AAR is supposed to be the stocking distributor, so they're supposed to house it and then distribute and to manage the customer base based on the part consumption.
And the new parts on the tail, are they improved or are they just the existing parts?
So the current parts are to standard, is to drawing, so not improved based on the current design, but obviously it's model by model. I know we've had some conversations in the past of taking the newer and improved integrity of the tail and implementing it into design. That is something that we're actively looking at, but again, to Bo's point, a project of that scale does take time to get through certification. So we are looking at that, but the parts that we're making available are to the current design. But ultimately, the realistic perspective is that the integrity of the parts isn't necessarily an issue on the 90 sort of operations where we're like, it's only really an issue on the forestry service side because of the program and the envelope that they're operating. So it's on the commercial side, with the feedback that was provided by the service centers and by the fleet in response to the ACS, I don't necessarily see a reason for us right now to improve the design of those parts, because that's not necessarily the issue with the individual part itself. But ultimately, Ontic go out and source the parts using our supply chain, and then we provide them to AAR, and they should stock them and have them on the shelf so that when you need the part, it's available.
I just want to make a comment. I don't want to put Ali on the spot, but clearly he inherited a completely dysfunctional distribution scheme that puts everybody at risk and has diverging interests, and I just hope that he's empowered to fix it, because it doesn't work, and it will never work. That's my take on it, and I hate to say it.
The current scheme you're talking about.
The current scheme.
Right.
That it's not, this is an old decision.
It worked before, and now it doesn't, is what you're saying.
Correct. And this is not a popular thing to say here in front of people, but it's the facts. And it needs to get fixed, and I don't know where that goes, but that will be the biggest issue we have.
I think Gary had a question.
Yes, my question is simple. You mentioned getting involved in avionics upgrades of the fleet. Do you have the capability in-house to cut a whole new panel, CNC?
So the question for those was around the avionics modifications and looking forward to that. The discrete question was, do we have the capabilities in-house for machining a panel? In terms of CNC production, yes, we have a machine shop on site. Are we best placed to manufacture to the capabilities and the rates that the fleet needs? There's an argument to say no, but we have a matured supply chain and an ever-growing supply chain, both on a Twin Commander side, but also, very importantly, the Ontic side, leveraging that global supply chain. So we do have CNC and manufacturing capabilities on site for metalwork. The biggest concern from me is purely, Ontic as its core values, safety is number one. Plating and finishing is a pretty disgusting process that we don't really like to do, but we have to do to protect the parts. Ontic don't have in-house the facilities for chromate finishing or anodizing, etc. We do have painting, and we're working on a NADCAP paint facility that we invested in, and we're getting certified now. But most of that we would outsource, so it's a little bit more expedient to just buy the completed panel ourselves. But we do have the facility to work with you to solve a problem that you have.
Thank you.
Huh.
So one thing, you mentioned real briefly something about being in the aerospace industry and not being very environmental or something. And I'd like to point to the fact that these commanders in their design and the way they operate, the engines used, they're one of the greener machines in the sky. And I think it's something you can use, because where the world's at in awareness, as a marketing piece. They may be legacy. Just because they're not new doesn't mean they're not good.
No, yeah, absolutely. I'm more meaning from emissions, CO2 as we go into that next phase. Holistically, aerospace is the highest contributor to fossil fuels, and Ontic globally does the fuel system on 777 that's flying across the Atlantic day in, day out. So mine was more a statement around that in general, not specifically to Twin Commander. But
you can use that, because these turboprop engines are, compared to the jet engines,
Yeah.
pretty damned efficient.
Yeah.
And the design itself, length of the wings, the altitude altitude operation. I mean, they are miles per gallon, a pretty good airplane.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
So the thing I've been thinking about, and I want to ask you here, is that these parts that are particularly troublesome, not really common, but they're absolutely essential when they're needed, is it maybe practical for a smaller organization that you could sub out for contract to build and make and maybe have available themselves that you could then have as a sub-supplier that you don't have to mess with, but somebody can still make money. Mom and pop operation, for instance, they're going to be more efficient. There's just no way around it, and they may not have the margin need that you have to satisfy stockholders, and they might be able to take care of making these parts happen. If you gave OEM approval, they wouldn't have to go through the whole STC or FAA approval for parts, right?
Yep.
So just a thought.
Yeah, I mean, that's a creative way to approach the part availability issue, right? From my perspective, that is a good solution, but we already have a solution. It's just not quite running as cleanly as we want it to. We have a stocking distributor that has minimum stock levels. The whip is there, right? We have weekly meetings with AAR, and we, you know, to Bruce's point, it was dysfunctional. We're making changes. There's accountability being in place on them on a weekly basis and a regular basis where we need to. But there is a system that, if it's running smoothly, is very effective for everyone, right? And what we need to get to, and what I'm working to get to, is to have that dysfunction removed and making sure that it is very smooth. You know, I have my opinions on where that needs to be focused, and we've addressed that with AAR. I'm not going to stand here and throw AAR under the bus, because ultimately we're partners, and that's not me as a person. So, you know, I will stand behind them. They do have some benefits, and it is, if it works smoothly, we don't need a mom and pop shop to be supporting and producing these parts. We can have a global organization that has tentacles into every aerospace business in the world, and they can provide and store in their massive warehouses. It's just getting to that point, and that's what we're working to improve.
Could I offer my services as a highly committed and focused CEO to come in as a guest member of some meetings and maybe provide some motivation, some direction, comment, and sidebar conversations with a couple individuals?
You can bring in a whip, by the way.
So when it comes to this topic, you know, Bruce has criticized me of giving MBA BS to him. I think it's just because I have a British accent and everything sounds posher. But ultimately, yes, give all of the feedback you would like to ONTIC, to AAR, because if you withhold that, currently you have a couple of perspectives beating down their door. You have ONTIC coming from one side saying, AAR, you need to change things. And then from the service center side, you have them providing the feedback, because we have our monthly meeting is with AAR and the service center. So we have a monthly thing. If you, as the individual contributors and passionate CEOs, would like to provide your feedback, I would encourage that. What I would also encourage is to keep us, if you're sending an email, keep us on copy, so we can then say, okay, well, Hart sent you this email, what's your response, right? So they are our partner. We're hand in hand in this. There are, you know, every partnership has its challenges. You know, any one of you that are married know that you have ups and downs, right? And we're trying to fix our marriage right now. And there are areas that both parties need to improve. I'm not going to throw them under the bus. We are both responsible for this, and us as the TC holder have more responsibility in solving this problem. That being said, as the individual passionate contributors to the fleet, raise that feedback, keep us on copy, and we can work together to make sure that we address the right areas.
I would like to do that, but what I was suggesting was, as you said, sometimes marriages have difficulties. Sometimes third parties are helpful to focus. And face-to-face has an incredible effect at times. I was just wondering if a possible invite to come, I promise I won't turn into too much of a, you know what, but just to focus some attention and to bring some possible ideas and comments based upon, this is how we've been running things for 25 plus years using Commanders, and we just some thoughts. Maybe I see in your organization, what about this? Where's this? You guys seem like you're having a problem. That would take you out of the jerk a-hole spot, put somebody else in. It's just a thought.
Yeah, I mean, so firstly, yeah, fully appreciate that offer, and we can talk offline about, you know, the fidelities of that in practicality.
Yeah.
In reality, we have a way that we regularly communicate with AAR, both as ONTIC, but then also the service centers. In addition to that, we also, you know, we have what we call the QBRs, the quarterly business reviews, where holistically as a business, ONTIC and AAR review the program and its successes and its challenges. So in those moments, we can provide that feedback. So, you know, ultimately, ONTIC are very well aware that the Twin Commander project and a program and the legacy and the brand needs some love. That's why we're here. That's why we had our fleet conference in June. You know, that's a priority for me, is building that customer relationship to then take it forward and sustain it. So ultimately, for me, a priority is around that feedback loop and providing that information.
Thank you, Ali. Appreciate it.
Ollie, one question. With getting that feedback and getting everybody involved, what's the plan to reach out to more of those individual owners on a basis? Because, like I said, you're seeing the same faces here, and we're all the passionate guys, but you still have probably another 2, 3, 4, 500 operators just in this country. What's the plan to unite all that so everyone has one place to go that's convenient and easy, because that's the way you're going to get the feedback? And are you guys making something that everybody can go to, you know, and then get that monthly or weekly newsletter, find out what the updates are, and then someplace easy, like either maybe even via an app that everyone, you can get all the database of all the owners together, that they can reach out to you directly? Because I know you're open to it, but if the people don't know and there's no way to reach out to them, you probably are missing out on 200-300 operators that, you know, have a piston or a turboprop that don't know about this.
Yep.
You know, and thank you to Bob and Bruce. I mean, we're doing this on Facebook to make it easier for people to see, but in all reality, it's got to be made really easy and easily accessible to get those people in and to get that feedback.
Absolutely. So the question was, what's our plan for, you know, reaching out to those, you know, the rest of the market that's not in this one, wasn't in Peoria in June, you know, everyone else that's in the US and globally to contribute. So as I touched on the first thing, you know, in June we said, everyone put your hand up in the room if you actually get the newsletter on a regular basis. Even in the room of people that are very actively involved in a lot of the forums, they weren't reaching out. So again, it was encouraged then is provide us your details, we'll add you to the distribution list. The other thing is what we are working to do is collaborating with the service centers, with people like Mr. Hancock and this event, you know, using the streaming capabilities and using that outreach, me getting available to you guys and being known. That's some of the things that we're starting to do. The other one is, like we discussed, is using that feedback from the previous event in June. It showed us a very opportune moment to do like a forum-based area, whether, to your point, whether that's an app, whether that's a website or what, is having a forum available that can reach out and then can just be shared, right? We have the social medias, the Instagrams, the Facebooks, you know, but that's not going to reach everyone. But it still is a way. So that's our plan, is to look at those areas and say, how do we actually have a forum base for people to go and post comments to say, this is a need that I have to support the fleet and continue flying my aircraft. Oh, this is how you solve that problem. I saw that issue 15 years ago, this is how I solved it. And then it's like, well, I saw it 10 years ago, I actually solved it this way. And just having that backwards and forwards, that's something that's very healthy for the aircraft. So that's what we're looking at. But, you know, we have, you know, to Bo's earlier comment around the bureaucracies of the federal government, we also have our own, you know, IT securities, and as a global business, there's a lot more cyber activity and some of those attacks going on. So we just need to find the right program that's, you know, approved.
We have one place where, you know, I really try to promote the line, and they ask me, it's like, I don't know where to direct them so they can do their own research on their own.
Yep.
Have a forum to talk to other owners and get
Yeah.
their feedback, and even have stories, you know, to promote.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a brand new website that we went through and, you know, refreshed, gave it a new lease on life. You know, the flight levels, we're looking to, you know, they're available, but also we want more. We want new stuff. We're recycling old images. I'm going through budget season right now with my company. One of the things that I'm putting in is funds available for photo shoots. You know, it seems menial, but just like going out and taking air-to-air shots of the aircraft, looking really beautiful, sun shining. You know, one of the simple things was those that attended the event, there was a poster included, and it was also the image on the front. Just simple artwork like that that shows a Twin Commander in its splendor. Simple stuff that can actually have a lot of value. So that's what we're looking at doing, is going into getting new imagery, getting new stuff, and because there is some very amazing stories in the flight levels, but also there's a gap. The flight levels to now, there's more stories that are, you know, going to encourage new owners and keep encouraging existing owners to then continue investing in them.
If you go like on YouTube, the last factory-sponsored video is probably 10, 20, 15 years old.
Yep.
I mean, we have, some of us have put our own stuff on there, but something that's coming from the factory at more of an official level, if you're really promoting the line, you want to have that stuff out there every month.
Yep.
Produce stuff for people to look at and see, and they get excited by watching us fly or whatever, and that, is one part of a bigger puzzle.
Yeah.
You know, to get people excited about the airplane.
To be honest with you, we did hear you in June, and those were precious comments and completely on the spot. I think it's just we didn't have quite yet time to incorporate all these good ideas and roll them under the umbrella of being kind of going forward solution at the moment. So we are patching stuff as we go, but we are not quite there yet, honestly. But it's absolutely on the spot point. John?
So we kind of talked about this earlier about with parts procurement and stuff. What about continued airworthiness on some of this data that is hard to get? You know, us as maintenance facilities, you know, we have a lot of information and data that we've procured over the years and information that we've gathered through the community and stuff. But there's some information that I just can't get, that I have tried and tried through the manufacturer of the components, and they just will not absolutely refuse no matter what it costs. They just will not give it to us. Air cycle machines is a big thing. There's only like 2 people that overhaul the Sunstrand, and I can't get the information to do that. I mean, we overhaul the 331, I'm pretty sure I can overhaul that air cycle machine, or at least repair it in ways to keep them, you know, my last one, I think, took 6 months to get it back due to parts, which is ridiculous. These are problems that I can't remedy because I can't get the information. I can't get it from you guys, I can't get it from the OEM, who no longer supports it whatsoever. They just give me a bunch of bull about, hey, you gotta go to an MRO. Well, there isn't an MRO, or you can't work on it because you're not MRO. Yes, we are. Like, we're a repair station. No matter what I've talked to everybody you can talk to on that one. But there's other things too, like some of these parts that we can't get, just give us the data so we can repair them. That's all we need. As like facilities like Bruce and myself, and Eagle Creek, and Arrow Air, and Legacy, and all that stuff. If we can have the information, we can take that thing apart and we can fix it. But if I don't have the data to be able to prove to sign that off as your repair, I can't do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So these are problems that I think I can address. Some of these, even though the parts aren't made anymore, we can find ways on our own to be able to repair those things. We're not overhauling it, but we're fixing it.
Yeah.
It's like a line on the engine. If I can't find the line, I can repair it. I can literally rebuild that entire line just as long as I use that peanut. It's totally legal and it's a repair. But I made the whole thing. Other than that, repair it. Kept the engine going.
Yeah.
So these are things from a maintenance standpoint that I would like to be able to gain access to this information. I mean, we're not asking it, if you can't give it to us for free, we'll pay for it in a legitimate, you know, economical sense, like not some astronomical amount of money to do this because somebody's trying to make money to keep us from doing it, but nobody's doing it, so I don't understand where that's coming from. It's the part of, I can't have airplanes sitting in my hangar for 6 months because they're telling me a bunch of, oh, we can't get this or what happened, we could have fixed that ourselves and got the airplane going again.
Yeah.
You know, these items don't have time, overhaul limits and stuff like that, so we can just repair it and keep it going. It helps keep it from, you know, becoming a grass fleet, or just keep airplanes from sitting on the ground for so long that the operator can't utilize. He's spending all this money, and I have to tell them this stuff, and it's you know, that's not what they want to hear, but my hands are tied because I can't, it's something I know I can probably repair or fix, but I don't have the data to do so.
Yeah, I mean, so I will summarize your statement just for the microphone, but was around the availability of data based on, you know, OEMs, whether it's engine focused, whether it's, you know, component focused, or whether it's Twin Commander as an airframe focused. So ultimately, as I touched on a little bit earlier, is, you know, we're working, Ontic globally has a relationship with Honeywell that we're trying to leverage to further support the airframe, both on the Twin and Metro, because they both use the 331 engine. So we're trying to go in from that angle to try and get some more support for this airframe. Those that ring up the tech support line for Twin, speak to JJ, wonderful southern chap that brings a lot of joy and happiness to your life when you speak to him. Very informative, very supportive. If you ring the same line at Honeywell, a slightly different response, right? So that's something that we're trying to work with them and leverage our relationship with them to resolve that. In terms of availability at Ontic of data, you know, I will be very cautious about this because our company has become successful by leveraging and purchasing IP and data, right? That's how we do business. We license and acquire businesses and product from other OEMs. That's how we grow our business. That's how we're in the position we're in. But that being said, there is a route that we can get to be able to license out that data to solve an immediate problem that we're seeing that can't be resolved by part availability. So we're going into that transition of data being available for not just solving the problem in terms of making a fix or a repair, but also the modernization. Where do we go to with supporting things like, you know, this is a slightly contentious topic and one of many frustrations, but working with Garmin to then, you know, modernize the aircraft and glass cockpits and things like that, whether we can work with other individuals. You know, ultimately, it's in Ontic's and my best interest to protect our data, but there are methods of which we can get that data out there to then help solve a problem. So I think
that's what I'm kind of getting at with that. It's like, I understand that you guys have that information. Some of this information needs to be, you know, extended to at least the maintenance facilities at the very least.
yeah.
Because, you know, there are improvements in parts that we can maybe look like, hey, look, you gave me that stuff, I took one apart, like, hey, man, I can totally get rid of all this stuff.
Yeah.
And use this. We can find a repair or a fix to do that, make an STC, whatever we need to do. Like, these parts are no longer available, they're not made at all, so, but we can use this instead.
Yep.
These are, but I don't have any way of doing that because I don't have the information that I need to be able to take it apart to at least repair it, at the very least. And, you know, I know you guys don't do the repairs in-house, so there's some things I understand that you gotta hold on to the information. You
Yeah.
can't send it to everybody, but, you know, some of the information needs to be shared with us. So
Yeah.
we can continue the support of the aircraft in the fleet as a result of that, because you don't have the capabilities of doing so. Well, let us take that on. We have the capabilities.
Yeah, I mean, the doors open.
The engine stuff I got handled. I'm not worried about that.
Yeah.
It's more the components in the airframe that I'm having problems with.
Yeah.
Because those are the problems that I'm having, like, we've got to come up with fixes or repairs, or we just straight up make it. You know, because there aren't any, or the price is just so uneconomical.
Yeah.
That you can't justify extending that on to the customer. It's just,
Yeah, absolutely. So I think in a holistic sense and overarching, it's on a case-by-case basis. The door's open, we're happy to have those conversations. There's a little bit of maturity on our end on that process that we need to institutionalize, but we're getting ever closer to that. You know, what I would encourage is you work with the service centers and we get to a point where we are a little bit more agile on that, but we are working to that, and as it's very clear that some problems are not easily solved and the lead times are too long, and because we're running with MOQs of, you know, either 30 or one part, the cost is just not economical, right? So we need to solve the problem.
with the environmental systems, you know, the Enviro is, you know, as Bruce knows, was the alternative to the substrate. But it's not economical to install anymore. The price is just too high. It's like doing a 10T conversion. Nobody's doing it. It just costs too much money. So it's the same way, like, there are alternatives, but they're not economically feasible.
Yeah.
So I've got to be able to portray something to my customer that he's gonna wanna do, instead of just saying, hell with it, I'm gonna get a key unit.
Yeah.
You know? Which
Yeah.
I don't want.
Yeah.
That's what we want, because that's one less airplane member service in the fleet. I have no idea where it's going. We all know where the majority of them go, and they don't come back. So we don't want things like that. So us as the maintenance operators, A, some of that stuff's gonna have been relinquished.
Yeah, absolutely. And the door's open. Again, it's a case-by-case basis that we need to review the data and what's being provided, when, to whom, and to why. But in overall, we're working on a pathway to the service centers for an ease of that data, and then obviously growing that beyond just the service centers.
Stuff, you know, is referenced in the manuals, like I keep going back to the environmental system, but that's a perfect example. When it references a CCM component or CMM, and then, but yet I don't have the ability to access that. How are you referencing something that I can't access? So that's continued airworthiness. I'm being withheld that. So how is that even legal? So how am I supposed to be able to continue the airworthiness of the aircraft, but yet I am completely restricted from the information that I need that's literally referenced in the manual? Either A, put it in the manual, which would be, I don't understand why it's not in there, or give me the data. When the OEM refuses to give me the data, and then I go to you guys, and you guys won't give it to me, what are we supposed to do? All we have is, I mean, Bruce knows, the only thing we got for the Sunstrands is an IPC, that's it. Everybody has the same thing. Nobody has it. No one.
Yeah, I mean,
I've tried to get it for years. Years I've tried to get it. I have talked to everybody at college you can possibly talk to about that. And I get the same answer, no. It's just a runaround back to nothing.
that specific
Things
issue.
like that, continued airworthiness is very crucial. You talk about that, and if you can't get the information to do that, you're restricting that. So how could that even be possible?
Yeah.
That's the stuff I'm talking about. You don't have to give me all the information.
No.
I'm not asking for all the engineering drawings, but I'm asking for certain information that's called out for us to reference if we can't get it.
Yeah.
Also, it's gonna help keep the fleet going by just giving us that information to begin with.
Yeah.
You know, which will help with, like I said, grass fleet problems and parts procurement and, you know, parts that are no longer made. And the last time I talked to Global, they're talking about maybe getting down to overhauling them altogether. So if they're done, there's only one other place which I've yet to figure out who that is. You know, left, and that's it. Then we're done.
Yeah.
So call Dennis Snow.
Yeah, that's all I got. I got
Yeah.
Dennis, and that's it.
So,
He's got a place.
Yeah.
That does them, that's it. So whoever he's using now is more efficient, and you can get them done in 6 weeks. And he keeps them on the shelf, look, but thank God he's got them.
I think he's trying to make parts.
Well, see, there we go. See, finally, somebody's doing something with this thing.
Yeah.
This is a problem. Because it's a great system. But like I said, you can't, the Enviro is not a feasible alternative to replace it anymore. We're not doing those. When's the last time we put one in, Bruce?
I think we just sold one to Indy. But to the point of IP, there was a change. It was going into a different model. So we gave the parts, and you know, getting the part of the manual that was applicable to that change was like a 6-week, you know, conversation regarding IP, and that IP is really worthless. I mean, these airplanes either become parts or they consume parts, as we've talked about. So
Yeah.
I feel very strongly. I totally get the frustration, and I know what you're up against, and it's not your fault. The whole company's built on IP. Well, what's the IP worth
Yeah.
if we can't aggressively use it to keep them flying?
yeah, absolutely.
That's exactly what I'm getting at, exactly what he said.
Yeah, I mean,
We've got to be able to proactively understand the things that you can control and what you need to give the information to us as maintenance providers to continue keeping the airplanes flying.
yeah,
We cannot be restricted like this any longer. This information has been withheld too long, and we're getting to a point where this is what's happening. We have one person that's trying to make parts because we can't get any information. And that's just not okay with that. And it's not just that problem. We have other parts that are
Yeah.
in the same boat.
I mean, you
So
can,
if we can go through, I mean, we have the capabilities, whatever we need to do to be able to get that stuff, like, we'll help you, share the information with you, and share it with everybody, because that's the whole point of getting us going. Yeah, we might have to spend some money, do some legwork, but if I can get the information to begin with, then I have no problem doing that.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, yes, Bruce and I have had many conversations about an IP and the frustrations that causes. That, as I said, we're working on a pathway, but because of the way that my business is set up, we have these hurdles that we have to work through. I'm trying to work through on that. So it's just making sure that we're putting the intensity behind it, which we are, but we can have some further conversations on some of the discrete ones that we need to focus on in the immediate. But yeah, as I said, the IP conversation is a door that was jammed shut probably 2 years ago, especially, but I'm trying to crack that
I'd
door.
like to continue with all, because this is,
Yeah.
it's really starting to become a problem from my maintenance standpoint. From
Yeah.
what I'm seeing. I know he
Absolutely.
well, and the rest of them, it's a shared problem.
Yeah.
That I want to try to remedy as quickly as possible. We don't want to keep dragging this on for another 6 years.
Yeah.
Or whatever, because I still can't get the information.
It's not in my interest to do that, but as I said, there's some policies and bureaucracy I've got to work, so I'm working it.
If we can work through that and get I think this is going to really help us as a whole.
Yeah.
Operators and providers in the fleet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Allie, I'm starting to think that maybe some corporate competition is a good idea. I'm wondering if the owners group concept that we've been discussing, potentially going out, getting things would motivate the process you're talking about among your corporate structure to realize, hey, we better get ahead of this, because otherwise there's going to be a whole new production. Because as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, the FAA authorizes any owner to produce a part if the manufacturer is not capable of producing parts any longer or in a timely fashion to keep things working. That would be a judgment call, what's timely. But it would be much easier because, as Bo said, the certification process with the FAA, and oh my God, we've been working just trying to get a testing procedure for cockpit interference from personal electronic devices approved, which is simply a concept and not even a part. And we've been at it 8 months, and we're slowly getting to the part where might actually get to test the procedure. So the process for a parts approval is horrible. Needing to make that happen outside of the manufacturer is a challenge, but I know there's discussion within our industry in the fire world because of the need.
I mean,
You may have a competitive force generating itself out here, and I'm beginning to wonder if that wouldn't be a good thing for your corporate structure, because it'd get them off their ass and start figuring something out.
yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily see that as a negative thing. I think knowing my business, I've been in my business for 12 years. I feel like I know my business very well. It's changed over those 12 years, in terms of its ownership and where we are now. In my mind, we've taken positive transactions and positive transition over the last several years especially. I think, yes, it's not a negative thing from my side. I think it's only a positive to get traction. In addition is having these regular cadences with, the service centers especially. They had the opportunity, obviously Josh Florio, the GM of the Creedmoor facility, was in attendance in Peoria in June. He's my boss, and in the relevant structures, he's sort of 2 steps removed from the CEO level. But having those conversations and raising that directly helps, right? So yeah, I'm not going to discourage that.
Okay.
But my preference from historical is I would prefer that to come through Josh and I's channel, just because I feel like that's a little bit more appropriate to get that change instigated over the line.
I think that would be far better. I mean, obviously, I'm just thinking sometimes somebody needs a little motivation to realize, oh, this isn't a forever thing. We're going to start losing market value here if we don't jump on it.
Yeah, absolutely. 10 minutes. I've been given a 10-minute warning. Oh, this question's going to take 10 minutes.
Nope.
Regarding our friends in Canada, they seem to have, or at least they claim to have everything figured out with regard to tail inspections and repairs. So my question for you or for Bo is, have you been on site? Are you aware in detail, firsthand what they're doing up there and how they're dealing with it?
So we've not been on site, but we have a lot of interface with them.
John has. I
Yeah.
have personally been to Conair. I've seen this firsthand. I've seen the repairs. I've talked with all of them multiple times. We talk on the phone regularly about this.
Yeah. So we also have regular communication with them. I sat down with the team after.
Great person to deal with.
Yeah.
I love their team up there, what their ideas they come up with. And if you guys can take that information and instill that into what we need to do or where we're going forward, if not, then I'm going to take this information and make it Avon.
And we are working with them to take that. Yeah.
I'm going to go around. I'm not dealing with this anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go around this, and we're going to continue. My customers are my most important thing. So if this is taking too long, or we're not getting what we need to get, or we're gonna cause problems with these airplanes, I got 30 airplanes sitting outside to do some stupid repair that doesn't need to be done, I'm not having that. So we're gonna get ahead of the game and start doing them now.
Yeah.
Doing inspections, we're looking at them when they come in, we're starting to do that, and then at least I can accumulate data from what I'm finding.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
Yeah.
when you get information from the FAA or from wherever where they're getting this data from, and they're not telling us where it's coming from or what the condition of the airplane is, there's a lot of factors that go into that, which we kind of discussed before. You know, what's the airplane, what's the damage history of the airplane? Well, how has the airplane been flown? You know, where has it been?
Yep.
You know, what kind of maintenance has been done to it? Is it set outside? You know, is it caught corrosion? You know, all this stuff ties into the factors of what each airplane that you're showing signs of cracks or
Yeah.
damage. This all plays into that. You know, for the beginning of the thing, you know, obviously with the 244, when they added in the spar thing, I'm like, why are we even looking at the spar now? Now we're looking at the spar on top of that? I mean, hell, the airplane that the wing fell off of, it's bolted on. It's not even the same construction
Yep.
at all. So they took something that they had a problem with, and they took it on and just put it to all the airplanes that are utilized in the fleet that do this work when they're not even that. I mean, this
Yep.
is a single spar construction aircraft. It's not the same. We have had zero problems with wing failures coming off of these airplanes.
Yep.
And all of a sudden we're removing mods and stuff we've done on these airplanes to look at stuff for no reason.
Yeah.
I mean, that is not okay, because, you know, you're gonna get in there and you get the wrong people in here doing this mod, they're gonna be tearing stuff up, oversizing holes, messing up the airplanes, could technically jump them. If you don't know what you're doing, you'll tear that airplane up and it'll fly again.
Yeah. So to address your immediate question, yes, we're working with them. We're having regular cadence with them to take what they've got, the lessons learned with their engineering project that they've gone over the last year and a half, and how we can incorporate that into the OE way of doing things. So we are doing that.
Super, thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, a number of airplanes were done, I guess, by GTEC, you know, in the sale in years prior. And I guess when you took over, there was some question about the data, the low data that they were using, and whether you would recognize that repair or not. Where's the status of that? Do you recognize that repair as valid, or is Twin's position that repair needs to come off and then put back on?
So, yeah, so the question was around GTEC and the repairs that were historically done. Again, over the period of time, with the lack of engineering supports from the factory, it was obviously outsourced to GTEC. It's very hard for our engineering team to acknowledge that repair because we didn't know the foundation of it or the data that was used to, you know, to basically come to summarize that. As a result of that, thank you to Bruce, you know, myself and Gary Gatz are having conversations about us getting that data so that we can then incorporate it into the engineering team so they can recognize it, but also learn from it and say, okay, well, we're working on this specific serial number. This is what GTEC have already repaired on that aircraft, and then also this is what we can steer clear of. This is what we have faith on, and just further just acknowledging the data foundation of that. So
So that repair will be viewed by Twin as a valid repair.
Yeah, once we have the data, because then from an engineering point of view, everything is about substantiating the data and the source of the data from it, and then subsequently doing all your structural analysis based on that.
Well, I mean, most of those repairs were done at factory authorized service centers.
Well, they're FAA approved.
Right.
Yeah.
But if they're not recognized by the factory, that's
They're
the
still
question.
FAA
It's
approved.
FAA approved, it doesn't matter. I mean, the repairs are valid.
If you take Service Bulletin 241, for instance, which was a pretty major structural piece that GTEC engineered, we worked with them initially to do the work with Executive Aircraft Maintenance, a couple others. That was a Twin Commander approved repair. It was you could buy the kit for that Service Bulletin 241.
Yeah, and what we're working to do is make sure that we have all of the data, because the engineering team are using that data to substantiate future designs and other future service bulletins, or to de-risk, concerns that may have been highlighted. So
The concern there is that Gates Engineering was the go-to. They were Twin Commander's engineer. Their DER worked
Absolutely.
for a long time. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of pieces of structural that have been incorporated as a Gates piece that was Twin Commander as the type certificate holder blessed already. So it's concerning to hear you say that your engineering is going to go back through to validate and I just want to make sure we don't have a disconnect here.
We're not going back in the past. I'm talking from the perspective of going into the future and using what was previously has already been installed or repaired on that specific aircraft and then taking it forward. So is using that and then saying, okay, this is what was previously discussed, because yes, they were approved for a certain period of time, but from my perspective, I don't know what data they used as the foundation for all of their decision making.
So you're saying if you have to build on top of that, so to speak,
Yeah.
work in an area that was already
Yeah. You talk
Okay.
about other improvements that have been done to the wing and things like that and other evaluations. We don't know, me personally, Bo, and the team in the engineering members, we weren't around working with GTEC and working with these repairs. So it's very hard for us to, this moment in time, to say, this is how they evaluated, we buy off on their stress analysis and the structural analysis. Yes, they are FAA approved, and they have a route forward of that, but on our decision making as we go forward into, okay, we're looking in a specific area, we have 10 different repair options out there that have been installed on different aircraft. How do we make sure that we don't either deteriorate that repair or unnecessarily attack a repair that's already been addressing and terminatingly addressing an issue, and how do we learn from that going forward? Not looking back in the past and saying, okay, this is what was previously installed, you need to go and strip that out and reinstall a new way. That's absolutely not what we're looking at. We're looking at saying, take this data and look forward as we then continue with, in 5 years' time, we have another issue in a different area of the aircraft. What do we need to assess? What are all our variables that we're trying to maintain and control?
You need that engineering data from GTEC, for example, as a baseline to move forward.
Absolutely. That's exactly where we're going.
Is there an impediment at this point in time with bringing that past structural institutional knowledge in as a consulting value, i.e. GTEC, Gary Gates?
Yes, there is, because, and I'm not going to speak on behalf of Gary, but the conversations I've had with him, he's not interested. He's got his own challenges that he's trying to work through on a personal element. So we are working on purchasing that data to then do it. So him as an individual, I offered that consultancy sort of opportunity to him, and he dismissed that. That being said, it's iterative. So maybe in 6 months, if I then go back to him and say, are you interested now? You know, opinions change. I'm dealing with a person. So I don't really want to comment on behalf of him, but on that side, you know, we respect the opinion of where he is right now and where he is as a person and what he's dealing with in his personal life, and we want to deal with that sensitively. And then as a result, we want to acquire that data to then guide us going forward.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I mean, we need to eliminate this ambiguity, because, I mean, if the airplane is in pre-buy, I mean, the incoming buyer hears that. I mean, do you hear yourself? I mean, the confusion that you're creating. I mean, what Bruce said is correct. I mean, I guess the answer is to the new buyer, you know, it's been FAA approved. But then you add the second sentence, but it's not recognized by the certificate holder or by by the manufacturer. I mean, that creates
I don't know
a lot of doubt.
I hear you, but I don't think that's where you are. I mean,
No,
it's
no.
You're not rejecting
No,
anything.
I'm not
No,
rejecting anything.
no.
We're saying, as we look forward,
How do we use that data to develop or to carry forward? It's an issue, but I don't think it's not a.
from an ONTIC engineering perspective, there's a little bit of a black hole around the substantiation and the data that GTEC were developing and installing on aircraft. What we want to do is make sure that we're not, to the point that was made by John, is that there is historical terminating actions that were developed for this aircraft to address an issue. We do not want to go into that area and say, okay, that's completely invaluable, strip it out and put something new in. We're going to say, okay, well, this is how they substantiated it. We agree with that. And then, okay, that's perfect to address the issue that we're seeing. Okay, encourage this 241 SB in a certain area for that solution. What we're looking at is the going forward. But right now, I'm an engineer. I work on the data that I have available. Currently, we don't have that data available to say, this is what was historically done to this aircraft, and going forward, what are we going to do to address an issue that aircraft is now seeing?
You had a question.
With that said, it sounds like recently made aware, and I have an aircraft that's AOG, And it sounds like the service centers now have to gone through ONTIC engineering, and they can't go through this DER process they've done before. Is they're requiring to come to you first, which is add another layer and time for an aircraft that can't be repaired.
So normally that requirement came primarily driven by U.S. Forest Services because they see OEMs as a trusted source of validation and probably got transposed into the other GA areas. But I'll tell you something else, and it's
But you have an aircraft that has been repaired multiple times by a service center and this method, and now they can't go to that DAR until they go to ONTIC first, which is adding a layer and more time as the aircraft being AOG.
I don't think there is any prohibition, strict prohibition of not going to DER house or whatever. The main thing there is actually to be very cognizant who you are going to, because there is different flavors in the nomenclature of the DER. Every ticket of the DER has certain aspects, and I'll tell you from a recent experience, regrettably. A month ago, we have been approached by the third party that wanted to outsource in the order to shorten the time, for instance, for the repair, because we couldn't throughput in the meantime. So they went to the third house. Everybody that they proposed was not actually qualified to work on those repairs. So that's a scary proposition for us to see. People that do not have that on a ticket, while at the same time not acknowledging even that, although they should know better by the virtue of holding that ticket, because you know what you're authorized for.
I don't think this is a approved service center that has done this repair for 20 years, and now says they can't go until they go to ONTIC first. So now we're sitting here a week until I get an answer back from engineering, and that aircraft's still sitting there and I can't pick it up.
So the only thing is,
You're talking about an AD area.
No, it's not an AD.
So maybe, I think it's probably worth us understanding the specific issue. Because
correct.
I think there's a lot of other variables that are at play, and you know, you have a very specific situation of an AOG.
If you don't mind, shoot me an email, I'll give you a card. Please, shoot me an email and see what happens.
The service center tells me they can't do what they used to do because we have to go to you first, and now we're waiting on you guys to get back. So I understand you've gotten this engineering, you built this engineering team. As an engineer, I get it. We have workloads, okay? But I can't be AOG for this period of time waiting for you guys to get to it.
And that's why I want to understand your specific concern, because it's absolutely valid. AOG is the most valuable term of priority in the aerospace industry.
And it's also with us. We would handle the AOG, absolutely. Yeah. So there is something.
Understand what's happening so you can do for the future, fine.
No, I want to resolve,
What's happening,
I want to understand the issue so I can resolve it now, not for the future, because that's an AOG, that needs my attention now. The issue that I have is that I don't understand the circumstances you're personally dealing with that aircraft and the situation. So
the question goes back to, it sounds to me that you are now asking the service centers to come to you first on everything.
Not to my knowledge, honestly. The only requirement was basically only on USFS, because it was indeed mandated by the USFS, thinking we trust ONTIC to review and scrutinize this thoroughly, and nothing else beyond that was happening. So maybe it was transposed in error, but please shoot me an email, shoot me elaborate situation, and we'll handle it on Monday to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry that you're experiencing that.
Yeah. Okay.
Guys, we put them very first for a reason, because we knew there was going to be lots of conversation and lots of questions. They have assured me they're not going to get on the first flight back to North Carolina right now. They're going to stick around for a bit. So if you got questions, feel free to get with them for a little bit. They're going to be here to answer those questions, but I really don't want to start running late on our first speakers. So can we give them a round of applause for coming up and getting this kicked off?
Yeah, apparently I'm being chained to the chair at the back, so I'm not allowed to leave. But yeah, thank you, everyone.
Days are over, you're free to go. We're going to take about a 5-minute break. If you want to get up, stretch your legs, put a French spot in to percolate. It should be getting close to being done. Stretch your legs, take a break, do what you need to do, and then our next speaker is going to be Hart Druish with Courtney Aviation, and he's going to talk to us next. So y'all go ahead and take your break.
Can I get
Yeah, absolutely.
people when they say something they would rather not.
This you can either clip like your pocket or wherever kind of feels comfortable.
Yeah, I'll just stick it in a pocket, and yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. This is good. I hope there's a few people tuned in, but
Yeah, I'm watching both streams, keeping up with the comments. If I see any
good.
comments, I'll kind of like
All right.
I'll raise my hand and then I will shout the question.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. I'll be kind of keeping an eye out for that then. So, okay, good, good. I like it. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it. All righty. No. Well, this is good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go to that. You ready?
Yeah, I'm going to kick this just a little bit this way.
Do you think?
I think. I think that'll be more towards, yeah.
Okay.
There we go. And then.
All right, guys, we're going to get started again. Our next speaker is going to be Hart Drobish with Courtney Aviation. Those that don't know, he does aerial firefighting out in the California and the western states. I believe he's got several different Commander airframes that he flies and owns and operates. So he's here to talk to us a little bit, and I'll turn it over to Hart.
Thank you. If you all will gather down back to where you were, it'd be good. That way I won't feel like I'm talking to space. We can eye to eye. Hey, what I'd like to say about this is an informal sort of a circumstance in that if I'm talking about something and it isn't understood, or you have a comment, I'm really interested in gaining information myself, because I know in this room, though it's not this huge crowd of people, there's a specific focus of history, depth, wisdom regarding the Twin Commander aircraft that's fairly unique. You can take this room and throw it away from everybody, there's probably half the values right here. There's people that know things. I know other people, some are gone, and we've lost a lot of intelligence. I think of a man we called Yoda, Morris Kernick, who's no longer with us, but Commander Services, was in Hayward, California, then moved to Stockton. And we don't have all of the depth of wisdom to draw on that we used to. So I value those people here and in the audience out in the Zoom world who may have comment or question to make comment that would be helpful for us. So my name is Hart Drobish, and I've worked in aviation since 1980. Started up in Alaska flying fish off beaches. My wife Shelley, who's here, we spent time around the salmon industry in Bristol Bay. And so while she was worried about me flying around in 00 and nothing with a bunch of other planes trying to cook food at a cannery and work to do that, I was trying to get fresh fish delivered to wherever, and it was fun. It was interesting. But in the recent past, it's been doing charter and scenic tours, and then a lot of work with the Forest Service, CAL FIRE, and Department of Interior since 1985 on contracts with them for aerial fire reconnaissance, air attack, fire suppression. The air attack, I was mentioning the aircraft overhead of fire coordinating. Shelley pointed out to me, she said, you use the word seat, nobody's going to know about that. That's just about chairs, and stuff. Single engine air tanker, they're the smaller guys, like the air tractors and that sort of thing, as part of the air tanker fleet. So in our work, and I think this is what leads up, I'd like a little background about the information that came to not only affect those of us that are contractors for the Forest Service with their mandates, but the entire industry, the commander industry got, I almost tail wagged the dog in terms of what happened to everybody. And I didn't wear my bulletproof vest today, so don't shoot me, because I'm just here to tell you, we were all under the mandates of government bureaucracy, and it spread from us operating, doing aerial firefighting, to the whole commander industry because of the structural concerns that got raised. I would like to give you a little background about where that came from. Initially, of course, the big thing that got the Forest Service nervous about structure was the fact of 2 air tankers, aerial firebombing aircraft, a C-130 and a PB-4Y that within a few months of each other, like 2 months in one summer back in 2000, had the wings come off. And it was a jolt. There was a big Blue Ribbon Panel investigation, congressionally mandated, had former members of the NTSB, et cetera. The conclusions that came out of that, if you filter through the whole thing, it came down to one deal. It was a narrowly cost-focused approach on the part of aviation contracting by the government aviation contractors, contracting officers, the contracting staff. And it was a narrowly cost-focused approach, cheap, okay? They didn't want to pay for what it was going to cost to run the aircraft. And so that was a blight through the Forest Service and through the government aviation contracting. They've gone back to that, unfortunately, that concept, LPTA, lowest price technically acceptable. Regardless of the fact that there are costs involved, regardless of the fact that another branch of our government, the Department of Defense, says that you can't use that in situations of contract which involve high hazard operations. Aviation is qualified as that, particularly firefighting. So just to give you a background, that kind of started the whole thing. And then 3 years ago, a Beechcraft King Air, while on an air attack mission, had a wing come off. It killed the air attack supervisor and the pilot. The history on that was the construction of the Beechcraft King Air is a bolt-on wing. There was modifications done in accordance with a DER's design, and this maybe speaks to what Bo was talking about. Who you get to do your work can be a big deal. The bolt holes that had cracks were repaired by expanding and whatever they did to make it okay. The problem was that wing came off in spots other than those repaired points. There was obviously other cracks that had been forming that were not appropriately addressed, and the wing failed at that point and then failing the whole wing. So this caused the Forest Service to become very concerned about the structural integrity of any aircraft being used on fire. That caused a statement regarding special mission aircraft that the operator shall conform to all of the things, including an OEM design program, a special maintenance program for the environment of special mission. What the Forest Service came up with, they contracted with the Wichita State University to take data from an existing program, which is called the Aerial Supervision Module Aircraft, which is a dual role. Originally, we called it the dual role when they started doing this, where you have an airplane that's used as the air tactical supervising aircraft, which is usually 1,500 to 3,500 feet above a fire, doing the coordination of all of the aerial assets so that they don't hit each other, and so that they're going to the correct targets without having to waste a lot of time with guys on the ground fumbling and not giving good direction. So we know what the guys on the ground need. When we're in that aircraft, we have a supervisor in the airplane who's got a lot of experience. They put it together and put retardant, water, whatever logistical loads of resupply for crews in the right place safely without conflicting routes. That's the whole point of the aerial supervision over the fire. And we call that the air attack mission, the air tactical coordinator. There's a lead plane role, which is the dual role part. That's the second piece that the government started using. One airplane, crew of 2, pilot, air attack supervisor. They'd lead the air tankers in in part, which is an efficient and safer way to go when you're running large air tankers close to the ground in canyon, this high altitude environment. That saves a lot of time. Tanker shows up, follow me. Okay, your drop point's right here. They hit a puff of smoke, tanker knows, boom, they can drop. You can get tankers through a lot quicker than them trying to figure out routes, exit, safe, where to put it. There's no question. The other, so that's one part of that roll, is that lead plane roll. Down, flying, up, back around, take a look at the drop. They also, if they're dual roll or aerial supervision module, are orbiting the fire and acting in the air attack role. So what happened is the Wichita State University was tasked with doing a study based on a prior study which was primarily dedicated to the lead plane role and loads on the lead plane. So the G-load factor, stress load analysis that got generated was trying to parse out data from a previous study. And you all know it's difficult to go take a previous study that wasn't really designed for something and try to cherry pick data and fit it. So they came up with load data, which I guess the best piece of it was one of the investigators for this said, in reviewing the data, I was very surprised to see that the majority of the turns were to the left when the air attack supervisor sitting on the right, and normally we always do right turns. So what it told me is what I've observed in flying fire for 35 years is the guys doing the lead, the pilot, they're pretty driven, focused, and alpha kind of people, okay? And they, whether man or woman, they are in charge. They're used to directing the tankers. And the guy sitting in the right seat as the air attack supervisor may kind of be along for the ride part of the time. So how they fly and what they flew was more like what they do with their lead, and the data that was taken was not data that was actually based on the mission we fly, which is normally at the maximum fuel conservation flight regime, which would be, what speed does a commander fly at and burn the least fuel? They all fly just about the same. Anybody tell me what speed? Do you know? You probably don't all do that very often. Try to linger around and burn as little fuel as possible, right? You want to go somewhere. It's around 120 to 130 knots, okay? That's the speed. You can be at 200 pounds an hour. As you get lighter, you can get down to 180 a side. Loitering, and you get the longest time. We can stay over 4 hours on a fire, sometimes 4.5. We get a short mission, we don't have to go very far. We get over that fire park, it's at good altitude, the air's friendly that day lifting. We can stay almost 5 hours before we got to go back. So we're slow, and we're not generally banking very steeply because we're going around a fire. Typically the Forest Service fires, well, you know, the mega fire thing, they're big. I remember it took 45 minutes to go around one fire in Texas a bunch of years ago. It's about a 500,000 acre fire. So we're not doing constant bank. And the problem with this study, beyond the fact of the personality of the pilots and how they were flying, there was a piece that said any data where the aircraft is not in a turn constantly for anything that interrupted for more than 2 seconds, data's gone. So we fly a race, this table would be a typical example of a fire. The wind has driven it somewhere. It may be 5,000 acres. We're gonna fly along like this, and we're gonna go around the end of this fire making a bank, and then we're gonna be straight and level for about another minutes, and then back this way. So guess what? All that straight and level data, no bank, cruising along, that was not included in this study. So I spent a weekend looking at this thing and looking at where's the flaws in this, because I wanted to send it to Alistair, I wanted to send it to the Forest Service guys, I wanted to say, hey, if you guys are gonna base your load analysis on this study, it's so flawed that it's not a baseline that can be relied on. Unfortunately, the truth is, bureaucracy has to do something. And so they said, you gotta use this until we get better data. We're hoping that in this upcoming fire season, we'll have G-load and stress sensors. So they want to do two things. The Forest Service put out a request for a bid for G-load sensing, which would be putting a sensor somewhere about the center of gravity, basically the bulkhead at the center of the aircraft at the wing spar for total G-load measurement. And then they want another aircraft equipped, at least one, and a commander with stuff out in the wings, in the tail, that actually is measuring stress on the metal, okay, how much it's moving. So this is coming up, and we're hoping that in the consequence of this new data acquisition, that the amount of load factor in a typical mission for air tactical work is going to come out being practically no different than original design. There is a potential it might even be less, because again, we'll go back to the speed we're flying. It's rather slow, okay? And we're not doing aerobatics. The concept is to be able to stay up there all day, not end up with the blood all in your feet, generating strokes, and causing our air tac supervisors to get sick. So we're trying to have a comfortable office setting that isn't, but it's as much as possible, because we're trying to keep coordination, listening to 6 to 8 radios, tracking aircraft in, out, where, when, who, what. So it's a place. It's a place we live sometimes 8 hours a day, and you got to keep it comfortable. We don't fly in the smoke other than drift. We don't get into the columns of vertical agony. Those are bad places. Most people don't know it, but inside a very well-developed column coming off a fire, there's a tornado. And we've seen it now since we've got IR. We recorded one. If you go on the web and you look for fire tornado Soberanes fire a few years ago down near Monterey, we saw this tornadic piece coming off of just a field of brush burning. And it was almost a half a mile of, you could see the fire inside. Now, our infrared doesn't see the heat above a fire, okay? You can see intense flame, and after the flame that you can see visually, you can't see that anymore when it's just heat rising. But that means that what that was seeing inside was still carbon particles, hydrogen, something that's coming off that fire production in a tornadic turbojet engine, basically, flaming itself for a half a mile. So there's a lot of energy. So we don't go in there. We had an airplane once that had an encounter, one of our commanders, and it had a pretty good bump from just a group of trees that blew up and came up suddenly. I had it happen to me once. Cut-off angle of the cockpit, could not see over the nose the fact these trees popped and just blew like a cannon pop upwards. And it was a big, and the worst was coming out of the up into the negative. Everything hit the ceiling, and so that's kind of a once-in-a-lifetime event. A guy usually has that happen once. In this case, one of our pilots that this happened to, most experienced pilot out there, it actually snapped the left aileron push rod at the ball joint. So there's a lot of strength out there. It's not that there is not a hazard flying around fires, but I just want to emphasize that our mission is not flying through fire. It's not flying through. We make all the provisions to stay outside, because we are of no good if we're in the smoke. We have to be able to see that fire. The air tac supervisor has to be able to see the whole scene to maintain full situational awareness. So we stay out of the smoke, we stay where we can have the best view, and we don't get there. So this special mission concept, yeah, we're at lower altitudes. Yes, there could be turbulence mechanical because of terrain, winds, okay, but the speeds we fly at changes that. So this is all a background just to say the Forest Service came up with this based on, that's the environment, there's perceptions, and we have then a need to do a special maintenance program, which fortunately ONTEC chose to engage and come up with something, so it wasn't just a big hole, okay? And we appreciated that. It was a huge challenge. I don't think you can imagine how much angst and agony that happened trying to, and I can't, I don't know. I've talked with Alistair, and he's given me a clue, but there was a lot of, some negotiating and some practical reality stuff that got taken care of in order to limit the initial investigation into the wing spars to the main spar of the original spars, not the permanent spar, not the updated, whatever 214 kit was it, that put the permanent spar in, the one that got rid of corrosion issues. But there still has been this suspicion of cracks in the main spar. And of course the tail, which was part B of this whole thing, which has been the main thing that's caused concern for you guys who aren't in our shoes working with the government. And I'm sorry for what all has come. I gotta say, and I think this is really important, the fact of question about an airframe has to be quelled, or it lingers as a fear and a looming peace, okay? And I think the good part that's gonna come out from this is an older airframe that has history is a far safer airframe when known gotchas, bad, weak spots, can be addressed, because all the design engineering in the world will never reveal the truth of operational environment until the history of the metal occurs. Now, John said something about where was the aircraft stored? How often was it? When was it? How was it flown? Because that's super important, the history of every airframe. But you have to look at the fact that the Forest Service in their piece came up with, we have to go to the lowest common denominator basically in order to eliminate this problem or this worry. But all that said, when it's done, hopefully, we have an airplane that will be a proven solid, has stood the test of time, and has had weak spots addressed and considered with new, as Alistair said and as Bo has said, qualified, refined staff who will be able to remedy the problem that exists with this aircraft. And I'm hopeful that in the end, it's going to say, hey, you've got a really good design that has things solid and known, and it's not a question whether you're going to have something fall off the airplane. If you maintain it properly, it's not going to happen, okay? If it's flown properly, it's not going to happen. So, anyway, that's what I see, and I gotta say, I know ONTEC is being suffered for parts availability and other things, but I want to commend them for the fact that they have stood up and said, we're doing this, we're gonna work with this and make this happen, because these fire contract aircraft are a big piece of this fleet, and it's important. And in the end, there's issues that have always been known. Morris Kernick, I mentioned from Commander Services, the first turbine commander that we got, Morris came to fly with us, evaluate that plane, and help negotiate a purchase. And the pilot descending back from a test flight east of San Diego he didn't really pull the thrust back. And we're picking up speed and we're heading down into some cumulus clouds from coastal, interface, and there's gonna be bumps. And I look back at Morris, and Morris is back there going, because the tail hasn't had the mod done on it, the structural beef up, right? And I looked over to pilot and I said, hey, this hasn't got the tail mod. And I kind of think Morris, the mechanic, he's nervous back there. Maybe just pull the power back a little bit. Why don't we slow down? We don't need to dive in here too quick into these cumulus zone. And he did, and Morris settled down. So that has been a known problem. The first airplane we got, the 500 Commander in 1999, that we were going to use, Morris talked to Rusty, our mechanic, and said, you will pay attention to the tail. He says, every inspection, you look at it carefully. You look for any signs of smoking, you look for looseness, you look for cracks, you look for anything to show anything, and you fix it. The moment you see it, it's time to fix it. You don't leave it, okay? And when we got the turbines commanders, he was even more, Rusty, you do the bolt torques on those. You don't mess around. You do what they say. If you do this, you're probably going to keep it in good shape. If you don't, it's not only not safe, it's going to cost you. And so we'll talk about that a little bit. But basically, you guys can see this. I'm not going to read everything. I kind of gone over the concept with you. But there's some actions here, You know of them, safety bulletin, service bulletin 218, and then et cetera, et cetera. What's interesting here is this May 25 airworthiness concern sheet FAA issued. They didn't do AD. I know these guys in the back here, they've suffered with trying to negotiate, work with the FAA on this thing to how this works. And I would commend them on holding them back from doing something stupid till more information was available. So there were a number of cracks found among the contractors on the tails structure of the commanders in the inspections that were conducted this spring and into the summer. On the spars, I don't think there was anything found that was a flaw. Have you guys gotten any recent reports, anything since? Because, okay, clean. So I talked with Trent, who's the manager of Ponderosa Aviation, and he told me that they had finished the inspection earlier on an aircraft they had that had over 5,000 hours doing air tac missions and over 16,000 total airframe hours. They had the original spar, and so they had done the inspection procedure, which was to drive out all the rivets completely across the spar through from bulkhead connection out to the engine nacelles and do a bolt hole eddy current inspection. And we did this on 2 of our aircraft this year. It's pretty invasive. It's not the kind of thing you want to get in a hurry about, and you definitely do not want anybody that's not committed to quality and does it wrong. You do not drill rivets out. You drill them enough that you can punch them out carefully and not nick and damage the holes and create new problems for the spar. Or your spar shot. You screw up a spar, you don't mess around with it, it comes out. So the work had to be done very carefully and meticulously, but the value of it was getting the bolt hole eddy current gave us over 1,000 hours of continued time between the next inspection based upon the criteria we talked about from data from that Wichita study from the dual role aircraft, which hopefully when we get real data, new data, there'll be an extended time on this. The fact that an airplane with 16,000 hours on it and 5,000 hours doing air attack had no cracks in the spar was a positive, okay? And I think that should be a positive for this industry because there is a thing called the Commander Chronicles that an engineer published some years ago, which when you go through it, he talks about all the failures that happen on commander structure. And there's some pieces, I've talked to others about it, and he said that guy was really kind of off base on some stuff. He doesn't have all his facts right. But there's a perception, there's stuff out there, and I think as this data starts coming back, it's going to temper, and facts matter. So let's get to the facts. What are we really finding on that wing structure? We know what we're finding in the tail, but I'll mention that on our aircraft, and we have 5 commanders that we did the inspection on the tail, which is, I'll show you in just a second, and we found no cracks on ours. And we felt very lucky about that, but I think it's more than just luck. So one of the big deals, let's look down here, maintenance history issues. Loose hardware on this is a concern. It says several commanders, they found stuff. Service letter was issued in '82 to address the problem, was never incorporated in a mandatory service bulletin. My note is that the aircraft maintenance manual prescribes routine inspection and retorquing of these bolts as a standard procedure, okay? I notice something constantly, that we keep seeing new safety bulletins and alerts. Sometimes airworthiness directives come out telling you to do exactly what's in the maintenance manual when they published it way back in the 70s, 60s, whatever. And it's like, I guess it's a good idea because people aren't paying attention, so you got to slap them a little bit and say, hey, pay attention. That means something, okay? But in other words, this stuff has already been published. There's a standard, and if you follow it, the original engineering structure was designed to work as a unit. Things start getting loose, stresses get distributed new places that you get cracks. So proper maintenance, following prescribed procedures, they didn't come up with it for a nothing. So I think it's a thing to think about. These are the bolts. These bolts you see here, they need to be retorqued. And I'll tell you, originally, what started this thing with the Forest Service was a SAFECOM that came out, which caused a problem. It was a picture of cracks found, and when we all looked at it, we saw, SAFECOM is a safety communication. It's within the Department of Interior and the Forest Service, there is this system of anonymous reporting that was supposed to be for the betterment of the whole community, to alert people of any new findings, things coming up, issues related to procedures, equipment, etc. So this picture that was in there revealed hardware that you could see kind of that desert patina look of stuff that hadn't been touched by a wrench in a long time. And there was cracks. And so we looked at it and said, well, it's obvious nobody's had a wrench on these bolts and retorque back there at least for a long time. So we became all suspicious that, yeah, this contractor got accolades for revealing and doing, and but it's like, yeah, but I don't think they were doing the maintenance they were supposed to. So that started this tail thing with the Forest Service and the agencies. They then issued a bulletin about this, and let's see if I can get this thing to, yeah, this tech bulletin right here. So this tech bulletin came out from the Forest Service, and it showed where there was cracks and what to look for and be aware of. So this was the second piece. The first one showed some kind of ugly, non-maintained zone. So the long and the short of it was the process got started to concerns, and it came down to needing to address the issue with this point of this airworthiness concern sheet, which you can't read, but the basic thing is this is the FAA's piece short of an AD, which in working with Twin Commander is where we're at, and I know these guys are working hard on how this is all going to resolve. So we're hoping that in the process, potentially there's ways to access that are improved. One of the problems has been a concern of tearing the skin off the tail section to make it all happen. And there may be some other ways to get that done. We have on our 900 Commander, there's an access panel that was built in the later series, which allows you to crawl up in the tail, fit up in there, and get to things rather than reaching through little holes. You can actually physically address stuff. And I think that we've been talking and we're hoping that would become an availability, and that it does in fact allow the access necessary so you don't have to de-skin in order to do a major refit to the tail section. We have found the inspection can be done as prescribed in Service Bulletin 244 by going in through the access panels or additional approved access panels that you can put on those ovoid panels, and you get a guy who's decent with the wands for doing the eddy current, and he can get to everything properly, okay? And so we were able to do that without doing any damage to the airplane. Unfortunately, we didn't have to repair. So there's some hope for less invasive pieces just to find out. Now, on the wing, the place of concern is, this is looking aft, right forward of the bulkhead where the window channel comes in, okay? And there's a piece of the spar that has to be looked at. It's a big deal to get to all this stuff. You got to remove Service Bulletin 241 to get to everything. So you take everything off, get to this, and then you put Service Bulletin 241 beef-ups back on, as well as all the rivets you've drilled out to do the eddy current inspection. But that's the primary concern. The biggest concern for the spar is at that point, and the rest of it's being looked at just to make sure. Anyway, no cracks have been found so far. That's good. Still, that's good to hear. Very good. Okay, let me pause for just a minute. I've been chatting away. I said we ought to talk about some stuff. Are there questions, things that I've said that you would like clarification or clarity on? Yes, sir.
I guess I'm a little
Well, now that's a really good question. So the question is, given that the cracks seem to be showing up in the tail section predominantly on fire mission aircraft rather than the general fleet, and given that those aircraft are operated at slower speeds, one would wonder why. And I can't tell you right now why that is. Yes, sir.
So I may just ballpark address that question. The thing is, you gotta put things in perspective. These things, these birds, were never intended to be birds. They just happen to be very convenient to utilize one day into something that benefits wider community. But the actual bottom line baseline design never intended in these kind of conditions. You're experiencing way more stress constantly, especially we see cracks on a single side versus the other side because primarily of the bank angle. So you're in the single position versus not the other one. So we see the single side cracks more than on the other side. So all the vibration, way, like flying way lower than intended, all of that over time, we are talking thousands of hours, eventually starts to propagate and the material starts to kind of crack as designed. If you wanted to do that, that thing had to be 3 times more robust, initially designed, to be able to sustain these kind of loads, which are going up to 9G, whatever we see on the Wichita thing.
No, not that high. No, not 9.
5, 6G at least.
Well, bear in mind, they eliminated some data because the guy went aerobatic in a lot of his stuff. Okay? They said there was stuff over 60-degree bank angle, so we just eliminated that. Again, I'm going to emphasize something here. I understand what you're saying, but in my personal experience in over 30 years flying, fired 25 in commanders, the amount of G load, stress load, is low. Now, we have some turbulence, but it's not constant. And it's not, yeah, we'll have some rough days, but it's not a thing that happens it's not regular, yeah.
It sounds like what you're talking about is more what I describe as the lead plane, which commanders are great at, is the lead plane role.
Oh, no, they're great at it. It's just that they haven't been used much at it.
And so, but what Mark's talking about with the air attack is much more low and slow and not banking. And I think that's where the issues come. People get those confused and then they're thinking of the high banking.
Right, the G-load data coming from that study, I would look at that study as, okay, it was the only thing they had to hang a hat on, but it's terrible. It's like trying to compare heart disease and cancer and you mix a study, and you're going to get some really strange results.
I guess that was the best they had, and they had to go by that, whatever they.
That's exactly it. Bureaucracy demanded that they had to do something. That's all they had.
Bottom line is the flight regime was not where this plane was designed. So
Well, that is true. The flight regime is not, and there's, I could point out more things. I will say this. We have operated now for a long time, both the piston commander and now for 21 years, the turbine commanders on this mission. We have close to 5,000 hours on a couple of our airplanes doing air attack. And we have no cracks yet in our tail. So I am going to go back to another piece, which is there's 2 pieces into an airplane. How is it flown? How is it maintained? And I think we're going to see, and I think there may be some truth to that.
there's no question about it. We see that based on the feedback that we got, some that were regrettably poorly maintained, that are currently at the point of being not salvageable.
Yeah.
To be honest with the amount of damage all over the place, accumulated over years,
Yes.
never addressed in time.
Right.
Now at the point, like, well, too bad now.
Yeah. So Bo's remark from OnTech was that the varying degrees of maintenance are showing varying degrees of damage and whether it's recoverable or not at this point. So I think we can take that and we'll know more as time goes on. But I believe after this next season, and I hope we can put IO node made by Latitude Technologies is a G-load measuring stress analysis machine that integrates speed and a lot of temperature, a lot of things. I happen to find one available for $250 on the internet, and I think the Forest Service has engineered data to put it in, so I think we're going to get one of our airplanes coupled up for that this year, and hopefully several other guys do, and we'll have new data at the end of this next summer. Garrett, what? Yeah, Barry.
In all of the research that you've been doing and all the discussions that you've been having, how many Forest Service or air attack application turbo commanders or piston commanders, how many documented in-flight breakups have we had?
Oh, there's not been any that I'm aware of. That's not been a problem for the commander.
I'll let that question stand on its own merit.
Yeah. The only thing that somebody could say, oh, well, there was the one in Australia. Well, that was a aerial fire mapping mission, and that was determined to be a matter of hypoxic control issues due to pressurization and a continued flight without adequate oxygen. So,
It didn't break up.
no, it didn't break up. They just, yeah. But that's, in terms of fire mission crashes, this airplane has done an amazingly good job. It has an amazingly good record in the fire industry. There was a accident this summer in Alaska. Pilot distracted shortly after takeoff. I mean, real shortly, like gears just coming up, reached back, plane touched back down on the runway, slid to a stop after 4,500 feet with 500 feet remaining. And we ended up getting called to Alaska to cover for it. And the air attack soup that had been in that plane jumped in ours and was flying with our pilot. And I talked with him and said, hey, are you okay to go flying? Are you I mean, is you just a little traumatic? And he says, no, I'm good. It's all good. And he's fine. But so things have happened, but they're not related to the aircraft being the weak point, okay?
So in other words, basically we're talking about the operator.
It's the operator, the pilot, yeah, it's something, as is typical, what mostly, pilots get blamed, operators get blamed, the airplane's not the problem. In most cases for crashes, it's not the airplane. And this airplane in particular has got a good history. Now maybe, if anybody knows other, there's more stories, but I'm just saying, I'm pretty impressed by how over the last, we started flying these, we were like the second or third operator in the country to use these with the Forest Service. And then it exploded after that. And I was really happy to see it because there'd been a lot of non-turbocharged 500 commanders flying around and non-turbocharged Barons. And it was like, guys, the sagebrush a mile off the end of the runway is literally your obstacle clearance risk. You'll be lucky to clear a 5 to 10 foot sagebrush if you lose an engine at 4,500 feet across the Intermountain West on a warm day. So.
Mark, could you share your speed data?
I'm gonna grab that next piece. Thanks. Okay, where the heck did it go? That's not the one I want. All right, let's see. Back here. Grab this guy back up. Okay, my last piece on this little section. Okay, so the piece I wanted to recap again, and it goes back to, yes, we're flying a different mission than this plane was designed for. We've come up with, there's all kinds of little things that come up. Like the blower motor is a constant problem, ground blower motor, because we're flying the aircraft at a speed that is below, or is in the cut-in speed for the switches for the blower motor to run, below about 140 knots. The blower motor is going to come on to keep adequate airflow across the intercooler heat exchanger of the environmental system, okay? So we've got that blower motor running all the time. It was designed for intermittent duty on the ground. Blower motors last variably between 10 and 20 hours and 300 and some odd hours. But because of the speeds we're running at, you think about a turbine commander, and you've all flown around with some turbulence. What speed do everybody, what's the speed you like to use when you hit some significant turbulence? Moderate, kind of. Maneuvering speed? What's that? I heard something else. Not gonna, how about 160, 140? Okay, so Commander published after the initial, right, there's the caution range. This is a generic velocity G-load diagram, but there's a caution range. Only in smooth air you're supposed to be flying up in that speed, okay? But then Commander came out with this number here at about 100, it's 180 knots. It's placarded. It's supposed to be right in front of you on the panel where you can't miss it, is 180 knots or slower in turbulent conditions. Okay, so here's one of the problems that I see regularly with pilots is cruising along, put the nose down. Don't do this in a Dash 10 Commander, you're gonna have other problems, but you're gonna V&E, right? You're gonna go overspeed. But the problem is you put the nose down, you don't pull the power back, your speed increases, you're going from air, which is separated from friction environment, mechanical turbulence and all that, into more turbulent air. I mean, how often have you gone from up here to down there and it gets smoother? It's not common. It always gets bumpier down there, except if you've been flying up in a jet stream turbulence and you get out of it, right? So going down, you should slow it down. Don't go faster. And you can't depend on when are you going to hit smooth air. You know, when are you going to hit rough air? You've been in smooth air. So slow down, and there's our normal orbit speed around 120. There's maneuvering speed at 144. Okay, and that's 144 knots at gross weight. What happens when we reduce the weight on an airplane? The speed goes down, because the whole point of, to take it to the extreme, the point of not overstressing and what maneuvering speed's about is that you're flying at an angle of attack that the wing's going to let go of the air, but with a stall. It's going to quit getting flexed as the G-load gets to the point, because you're already at a high enough angle that if you get a gust, a vertical gust, hits you and increases your angle of attack, you're going to go to a stall angle, and momentarily the wing's going to let go of the air. It's going to quit trying to hang on and quit loading itself. So that's what maneuvering speed is. Obviously, at a lighter weight, we're going to be flying at a lower angle for any given weight at a particular speed. So we have a greater margin, and that stall speed is going to be lower, so the maneuvering speed's naturally going to be somewhere lower. So as you get rid of 1,000 pounds of fuel, 2,000 pounds of fuel, your maneuvering speed's significantly lower, so that's always something to think about when you're on a descent. Come back to land, maneuvering speed's actually slower than that 144, unless you started off 1,000 pounds overgross or more. But anyway, different story. Thoughts about that? Any comments, any experiences you've had that might reinforce that concept? Caught in a thunderstorm? Oh, yeah.
Whenever you're out there as an attack aircraft, and you're hovering over the fire, do you end up getting smoke in the cabin?
Yes, Gary's question was, when we're over a fire, around a fire, do we end up smoke in the cabin? Yes, we do. We end up having drift smoke. We smoke in the area, and yeah, it's smoke. We breathe a fair amount of it. It can be, and in fact, that's another of the things to be concerned about with the environment, is the engine inlet pressure sensor, the P2T2 sensors. They'll get plugged up with tar and nicotine, okay? And so we clean them out. We keep them clean, or the engines will start to get surging. And this is, for the Bendix, is a particular problem because of the filter going in and the fact that that stuff gets into the guts of the actual fuel control, the mechanism. It can start gumming it. And so there's been problems with the Bendix fuel controls on these airplanes. When we first got it and I heard those problems, I sent engines back and Bob changed them out. We put Woodwards on. So
The Bendix problem is the anti-ice system comes off the top of the plenum, and there's no filtering system on that one as like you're going to see on Woodward. So what you turn is they ended up having to have these fuel controls overhauled, repaired. But there is, everybody forgets, there is a back flush to take care of that.
So Bob says there is a way to do maintenance on the Bendix by back flushing.
If you're running a bench
Okay, so in these smoky environments, for sure, then every 150 hours when you do the inspection, because the anti-ice flow, you need to back flush the system to keep it clean so it's flowing normal, doesn't get clogged up. Okay, and on the Woodwards, it's the P2T2 sensor that's the spot. It just doesn't take much grime right there on that little port sticking out. You got to keep it clean.
So in other words, you just take it off where the T2, or P2, I mean, take it loose on that line loose and then...
You can back flush it, or you can just clean it with a little brake clean with a Q-tip, and that usually is all it takes. It really doesn't go far. It's just right there at the beginning. So yeah, there are a few environmental concerns other than turbulence that become an issue, for sure. Something else we were challenged with this year, and it's actually was a huge deal, is service bulletins. The Forest Service requiring the adherence to a special maintenance program also has a requirement that we follow all ADs, of course. That's required for airlines, for air taxi, air charter, right? AD is the level, that's the standard. Forest Service is at a higher standard. They're at a higher something, it's not standard. They don't have this well established, but in order for us to continue to operate, and in fact, standing right here is an engine that we just had to fight through again, like it was ready to go, and oh no, we've got to do upgrades to meet all the Category 1. Oh, and by the way, the regulation says any Category 1 alert bulletin, anything that has time cycles, hour cycles, or date compliance, or other compliance requirement by contract we have to do. Which if you look through, and I'm going to tell you this, a lot of you know this better than me, so jump in. But I learned a lot as we started this about service bulletins, okay? Service bulletins are not mandatory for anybody in this room who doesn't have a commercial Forest Service OES or a BLM contract, okay? They're required only if somebody says they're required, or if you had an insurance requirement or company policy or something else. Otherwise, AD. AD is the level, and so here's an AD that talks about a fuel control. Now, some of you guys are way ahead of me on this thing. You'll know all the story about this, but I know that everything that we had to do was both any AD that was tied to a service bulletin, any service bulletin by itself that had a date requirement, a cycle requirement, an hour requirement, or a compliance requirement for at next access, at next HOTS, anything we're supposed to be in compliant with. So this engine had to have a new first stage total rotor assembly in. The nice new expensive -10 rotor assembly. Has to have a new plenum. Has to have a few other things. Second impeller, etc. Yes. So anyway, this this engine here it ate a bird and came back here to Hancock a while ago. It's been a spare engine since, and now it's ready to go for our 900 Commander. But anyway, the point is that as you go through here, you look, there's Category 1 safety bulletin, there's recommended as Category 2, that has to do with reliability, and Honeywell's third category is an optional, and it has to do more with like long-term serviceability. It's not a big deal, but the problem is you get down here and you start looking at definition of terms. So in one of these cases, this particular piece up here, this requires, as you see, cause that requires return or requires overhaul. So what is a cause that requires return? So I called Honeywell. I got through and I was amazed, actually, pretty quickly, boom, 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 email, call, I had a response. And I got back a letter that from this guy, and they basically said that they didn't have any definition of term for this that would require return. They didn't have a definition for what that was. And I said, well, for instance, would that be a repair? Would that be an adjustment? Where would the line be? He says, I can't tell you. So do any of you have any, I mean, is there some standard that's already out there that you've found dealing with Honeywell that would indicate what their definition is there? Because it's a big deal. That's a like $25,000 question.
I ran into that on one of our airplanes that it was a manufacturing defect.
Uh-huh.
And so that was cost for return to Phoenix.
Aha. Okay.
Because only they could do the repair.
And that allowed a warranty value, right?
This particular motor was not in any type of warranty. However, because it was a Honeywell logo, shall we say, all of the finances associated with it went away.
Okay. Well, that's good. So this is an interesting thing, and I want to throw this out. As we were going through, we found in 130 service bulletins for this engine that we had to do an algorithm, a little help from the new AI capability to generate an algorithm to do word processor search, to look for correlations of things that were this and this. And we found stuff that we had bypassed over the years. And one of the places that was interesting is down in the warranty section. There's some stuff that says under warranty that no later than this date. Says this is just an owner's basically optional item, da-da-da-da-da. But then it says, shall be complied with, shall by this date. Now, if I show that to a Forest Service inspector who's carting our airplane, he's going to say, better be done, because I'm going, it's under the warranty section. And then it becomes the question, well, did you guys mean this, that you'd honor a warranty up to this date? Or are you saying that, yeah, it's okay, it's not a big deal, you guys, but you got to do it by now? So that's a question. Have you guys run into this? If you haven't, I want to point it out to you in looking at service bulletins. These things are obviously written by a group, reviewed by their attorneys, and put out in such a manner that they cover themselves virtually 17 ways and sideways. However, the devil's in the detail on the words and what they really want. But if you get to a recommended service bulletin that has those kind of words in it, guess what? As far as our contract right now, and we're going to have a meeting in the next month or two with the Forest Service, we've gathered enough data, we can come in and say, here's an example, here's an example. Let's look at all these examples. What is your intent for level of maintenance? Because we need to do that, and then we're going to need to go back to Honeywell, and we actually need to get Honeywell on board with one friggin' standard of terminology that shall be used in order to be clear, so we don't have question. Because these are $100,000, $200,000 questions.
Okay, you're asking about a definition for repair? Well, the FAR1. It has all the definitions for each.
But this was a stupid term called cause for return, for instance. Now, I know there's definitions for repairs. We can look at that. And we can look there, and if it's not in there, but they have this other term, which isn't a standard in aviation maintenance that I'm aware of, cause for return. So anyway, there's some traps here that I just wanted to mention this and not get hung up a long time on this thing, but to note that some of these items are, they require support. So what I got back from those guys you saw was that we don't have the definition. Now, these two addresses right here, I would suggest, I'll give it to you if you don't have, take a picture of it, whatever. Honeywell support, I got guys back to me and they did research and they were back to me within a day or two. So I appreciated their rapidity of response and the diligence of their research. In one case, we were looking at a different issue, which had to do with the slider sleeve on torque sensor, and this one, no, that's another one. It was down to corrupted parts. And there's a service bulletin issued which says that there's these parts out there that have the slider sleeve that didn't have the proper little coating, and it wears out, and it'll cause problems. It's not under a safety, it's under a reliability, but it says you got to comply with it by this date. When I asked the guys about this question, they said, well, why are you asking about who made it and when it was made and this and that? I'm going, well, because in this service bulletin, you issued it, and it's like there may be some others out there, and how would we confine whether we had one and need to tear an engine open to get to it or not? And then they came back and said, oh, well, they've all been captured. We know where they are. 13 were built into engines, 3 were on the shelves, they've all been quarantined, there's not a problem. And I go, well, why didn't you guys in revision service bulletin that said this service bulletin is no longer applicable, they've all been captured? Anyway, I'm just saying, there's stuff out there that's maddening.
You know, you're talking about the second impeller. There's an AMOC out on that impeller. Why doesn't the forestry department say you don't have to do that until you actually get the overhaul, instead of because you've been accessed, now you got to go in and update it?
So Bob brings up the last really painful part. It says must maintain according to manufacturer's standards of service bulletins. It doesn't allow for an AMOC, even though the FAA says, because that's FAA AD. ADs, that applies to United Airlines, applies to my Part 135 certificate, doesn't apply to Forest Service. They want manufacturer. So we can't, under the current definition in the contract that we have, and this we get to talk with these guys about further, because the problem is we have in an AD the opportunity for public review, input, comment, cost, safety, risk evaluation, common sense, and the FAA gets involved. When we have a service bulletin, we have the manufacturer, which is, as far as I can see, is kind of like the fox guarding the hen house in some ways. And they might have ulterior motives for why a service bulletin goes out. Yeah, sure, there's risk regard, and their legal department's really concerned about that. But then over here you got the sales department. What kind of pressure do you think they might have on promoting safety with new part sales? Just saying, there's some history that I'm not even going to say further, but it's something that doesn't have the scrutiny and the balance of the FAA looking at the merit of an AD when you have a service bulletin. Okay, the manufacturer's the sole guardian of that. And I guess the only way to do is to have industry groups large enough to do pushback and say, whoa, 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 wait a minute, guys.
So that's the reason we came out with the AMOC, because a lot of times when you go in for the hot, you're going to go a little deeper and replace the crossover ducts. And they said, well, we can't do that anymore because of the AD, so we came out with the AMOC. As long as you're putting the same impeller back into the engine, you can run that impeller until over.
That's good. And here you're talking about the second stage turbine, right?
Second impeller.
Impeller, excuse me. So I got a different one here. You're talking impeller, right?
No, because the way the AD reads is that you access that, and we do that a lot as engine shops to increase power, so
Right.
even though we're not recomping the engine again,
Right.
but we went in there to change those seals in the crossover duct, so technically, I'm right there, the impeller has been accessed, just like the torque sensor AD, because you accessed it.
Right.
As soon as you take it out,
Right.
get to it when it's ready to come out, you access it. Definition of the term.
Exactly. So here's, yeah.
Well, we did that because that, you're right there, like, hey, this engine's moving down in power, let's change these seals and get this power back up, let this thing run another 2,500 hours and get some pump back in.
Right.
So without re-shimming the whole thing and tearing the whole engine apart, that's an easy thing.
Yeah, because the seals is a 75 horsepower reduction or increase. You can put seals back.
Right, and you don't want to discourage people from improving the power, the airflow of their engine. So, and that's another side of this is, did that part change because you took the engine open? And no.
We're also talking about a part that's had limited problems through its life, and it's never been cycle tracked up until the AD came out in 16.
Right.
So you're talking about something that you have an unknown history on this thing. This thing could have 20,000 cycles on it. You have no idea. You don't know how many engines it's been in. It has zero traceability whatsoever. So this thing has had zero problems. Zero. So, they came out with this saying that they found some stress cracks in it, which,
Yes.
then when we
And so the result with the FAA has been, it's not at the level to require an AD.
So that's why the AMOC, I think, is a very good one because it extends the life of that, negates costs, lets you extend the utilization of the wheel until it comes into overhaul. Then we'll send it out, have it checked at Honeywell, get the new part number, be reinstalled, and continue its life.
Right. And so the discussion is about AMOC, by the way, alternative method of compliance, right, which is an authorized procedure or process by the FAA to allow the part to continue in service rather than just being scrapped or doing whatever the other procedure was. A more practical procedure maybe was developed in the field. People submit this for approval. The FAA engineering looks at it and says, yeah, there is an alternative method of compliance that we are allowing. Sometimes that might be a service bulletin that the manufacturer comes out with.
And that's what we've done
So,
a lot of times with these AMOCs over the years. If you notice all the AMOCs, the majority of them will reference a service bulletin that was previously in the field already.
Right.
Just like all ADs obviously reference a service bulletin for the repair. Like, let's take an example, the fuel control spline inspection. We've been doing that. That service bulletin's been out since the 80s. You know, that's old.
Right.
So we're doing the spline inspection, the wear on it, every 1,000 hours. And then as a result, if you can get enough people behind it and it's a legitimate alternative method to repair this or continue the time of the product, it becomes part of the AD, just like it did with that. They took our AMOC and revised the AD for the fuel control. Now that's part of that. It's no longer an AMOC, it's just part of the AD, which is great.
it's good.
They should totally do with this. It's like the plenum, the same thing. When they come up with the plenum, it's a service bulletin, not an AD. But we have been doing these inspections and we've been NDTing these things for years when they come out, not because we were told to, just because that's what we did. Because of the stress that they get and all that pressure that's in sawdust.
Mm-hmm.
So then now we were able to utilize that in our inspection process to help further that, to not allow that to become an AD. Look, we're already doing this. Just let's incorporate that.
And if that happened in the service bulletin level, then the Forest Service contract would be accepting of it at this point. They aren't right now accepting the AMOC at that, and that's the rub.
That's the thing what we want to try to do is if we can at least incorporate that into it or get them to sign off on that, then we can do like we've done with the past ones. Hey, look, we've got an approved procedure. This is working. This is, our inspection process. We are NDT. We're not finding cracks at that time. Yes, we're not measuring dead cost, but we're continuing this method to continue this wheel until overhaul, and then we will start the cycle count, send it to Honeywell to get the department.
So John's comment is that if the manufacturer basically took what was in an AMOC or could be put into an AMOC, but they put it in their service bulletin first, it might solve the problem and allow an owner, an operator to be able to do something that was an alternative to their original service bulletin. They come out with a revision for it, allowed this to accomplish it as a subsequent piece of understanding, develop the process. It would make the system more functional, more cost-effective, more valuable.
It spreads out the time, although the powers are, there's not a big influx of them coming into Honeywell, there's not a backlog, you're spreading it out, you're continuing the utilization of this wheel, that's gonna still get inspected out overall. The downtime for the customer, what if it goes back and then it's back?
Yeah.
So then now we're gonna put another one in it, because it says you gotta use like same, you gotta put same dash number back in it.
Right. And
It's gotta be the same. It literally calls that out.
so
You can't find a dash number, all I can find are fives.
yeah. So
Now we're just sitting here, can't literally that's like the beginning of the engine build. I can do absolutely nothing with your engine until I can find one as a result of that.
and the problem,
Allow that to be in there, we can continue using what we already had and move on with it.
there you go. So John brings up the other piece of this, that when an AD comes out and there's not good alternatives and it's just you got to get a new part, and part of the service bulletin is that Honeywell is authorizing an alternative part number. You don't have to get approval. They've authorized it in their service bulletin. And a lot of times that's all a service bulletin is. We have an upgraded part that you can put in this. It's approved, manufactured approval. Good, you can use it. Well, that's nice, but when it becomes mandatory with an AD, it's a drop dead. Everybody wants that part all at once. And that's a bad thing if it's just what we've been talking about with the guys with OnTech. All of a sudden you have this run on the market trying to get parts. It would be really nice if you can come up with alternatives, things that stagger and spread. It gives people options so that it's not everybody trying to get a part that they don't have enough of. And it keeps things running, and as long as it can be done safely, and that's part of what AMOC or a revision on the service bulletin is. Yeah.
You know, when it came out, I mean, the timing was okay. I would say it probably wasn't the best.
It wasn't the best. No way.
It came out when it originally was supposed to in December, but it did not, just due to the fact of the time that it takes to do the inspection and when fire season begins.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't really correlate well that way. But if you could have made that service bulletin read accordingly where you had a year to do that or whatever, due to the fact that it came out later, that would have helped spread out the repairs. We got 365 days to kind of get this going. So we don't have a decrease of airplanes for fire season, you know, because they're just all sitting there getting worked on, and it gives you a little bit more time to do them, especially when you have a larger fleet like you do, Ponderosa, et cetera. When you've got 5+ airplanes, 10 airplanes in the fleet, that's a lot of airplanes to be doing this model on, which is not something you can rush.
Right.
We talked about when we're removing rivets out of spars, this is something that's a slow process and can't be messed up. Because you can take a perfectly good fine airplane and ruin it
Yeah.
in no time.
Yeah, absolutely. So John's comment about, you know, having things done, inspection processes available to be able to utilize earlier so we're not jammed up against deadlines is,
Given a legitimate time frame for
right,
allowing, not,
it's key.
hey, this got to be done within 50 hours, that's not good.
No,
Pretty much right now.
no, it's a safety issue as well as a practical issue because people get in a hurry, and I don't care what you do, you put people under pressure, they make more mistakes.
Yeah, Hart, for your schedule, I guess for fire season 2025, you had to do 690 A's and B's without the CK-144 kit.
Right.
Now can you go through with your future schedule?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm waiting to hear, and we'll see. I don't know if you guys have any input yet. I talked to Blake about 2 or 3 weeks ago. He said we should have some information about when the permanent spar inspection program will be. Okay. We very much hope so. I will tell you from a personal aspect, you'll see a giant scar on my chest, quadruple bypass surgery in March. It wasn't like it was not a problem, that there was something there in my arteries already, but this issue this year, man, I might have gone another year. I'm telling you, it was literally killing me, and another of my associates in the industry, I understand, had a heart attack. I got to call Joe and find out what the hell. I don't think this was a healthy situation for the airframes or operators or on-tech staff. It was a bad deal.
Do you believe the CK-144, the permanent spar airplanes, are going to take significantly longer to inspect?
I don't know yet because we haven't gone into it, and so it's going to take a look. We're going to have to make an estimate. The long wing commanders were hoping, the feedback I got from Blake, that based upon lower airframe times, stronger original design, et cetera, that we can delay that until we get more data about the actual load factors on these aircraft, and then could be more responsible in developing an initial program for that. I think the permanent spar or spar replaced wings Blake was intimating would probably be because of the fact that they're hole for hole similarity. It's a matter of the material used and what should be able to use a lot of the data for the inspection program on the original spar to apply to that. But the long wing's a different development program to get basis and understanding, and so it would be nice to have real data to apply to a spar of a different design, and hopefully 1 year further off before we reach that. That's
I guess we were talking, the Forestry Service representatives feel more comfortable with newer airplanes. And do they factor in Renaissance airplanes? I mean, do they feel more comfortable with an airplane that's gone through a Renaissance program?
okay. So
Value to that?
the question is whether the Forest Service is more comfortable with newer aircraft and those that might have been factory remanufactured as in the Renaissance Commander. And I can't tell you that. I haven't gotten a clue. I'm afraid that there is more perceptual than there is factual assessment here. They are happy about the fact that they're getting Cessna Citation jets. And I pointed out at a meeting, Aerial Fire Conference meeting, the International Aerial Firefighter meeting last year, I mentioned to the Forest Service representative there, a man I've known quite a number of years, and I said, so Paul, how is the comparison of our 1985 900 Commander with a 1981 Cessna moving to newer aircraft? And he said, well, no. I had to embarrass him because it's kind of stupid what's happening. So, talk about not a green airplane to be using for our mission. I'm sorry, it's just ridiculous.
Well, I mean, it seems like it's all in the eye of the beholder. And I would think, walking up to an airplane, they see the Renaissance sticker, and if they're educated, I mean,
I'm not sure there's educated in all cases. Okay, perception drives politics and bureaucracy a lot of times. So to encapsulate, because I don't think anybody will be hearing that, what Alistair said was that the Forest Service is, they like this platform. They are wanting to see it on the 10 to 15 year event horizon as a usable platform, maybe the mainstay. It's been proven, and because of the work that's been done, its stature is improving more than you feel it was a year ago in the relationship with the Forest Service. Is that a good summary? Okay. That's what I wanted to provide for you, and I'm going to wrap up with Bob on this other question here because I need to get a definition. But are there any other questions that come up? Because I'm running over here.
So Hart, I just have something. I want to make sure I got this. It just bothers me because I think you told me that with the service bulletins, even the airlines aren't required to comply with those, and yet they've got hundreds of people, and yet the Forest Service with one staff on board. Is that correct?
So Shelley's question was that even airlines aren't required to do service bulletin level maintenance. That would be airworthiness, but they may be doing it, but they're not required to. So Bo from...
Let me address from the regulatory perspective. There is different gradients of the importance of something. You must or shall, those are the words the OEM, from whoever. This is the right thing to do. We made it available. Follow these guidelines, incorporate that, and it's going to work better. It's going to work smarter, whatever. So that's all good. The operator say, this really sounds good, but I'm kind of short on cash this year. I'm going to skip it. Where the AD comes along, there are a subset of service bulletins that are addressing actually definitely a known issue. Known issue being you have a crack of 2 inches in your tail. That's got to be AD, which is safety related. That's where the FAA has the final stamp of approval. Service bulletin, you can go to the DR house around the country, get it stamp approved, and there is service bulletin, go ahead, do it if you want to. And then, of course, that's where the idea is like safety related only, meaning you have, if you're flying that, you gotta do that. And it's also related to a model or sub-model. It's not applicable everywhere. Yeah.
I understand that, but it bothers me that the Forest Service is requiring all service bulletins be done by X amount of time where they have one staff on board for safety, and yet airlines can pick and choose which
I agree. I fully understand that they are
So it
extra.
frustrates. That's
Yes,
all.
I understand. That's kind of extra conservative positions that they are taking.
Yes.
In a similar fashion that the other gentleman are talking about related to, you gotta go back to OEM 20 to
Right.
get blessed.
Mhm.
Otherwise you aren't flying.
Right.
Which is not necessarily applicable for the rest of the GA. So there is that. And of course, just want to mention for educational purposes, there is that third level of kind of relatively optional, which is service level. Meaning, okay, this nice thing is there available. It's for you free to use it, but nothing's going to happen. You're not going to go down, or nothing's going to happen in that regard.
I just realized I should be back here where you're talking because
That's
it's,
okay. I think
anyway.
they can hear me.
Yeah, they can. Anybody else out there couldn't, but.
So one thing that I wanted to mention, that with some reservations, it could be purely speculation. I mean, you mentioned the other part where even the non-relevant, the service bulletin 3 or category 3, they had a fine print. I bet you some money that there is, in the process of reviewing, that was a boilerplate taken from a Cat 1, and then that fine print remained there. Nobody really bothered in the process of approval that Cat 3 to read that what it says, oh, you must do that under $150.
Yeah.
So that's probably the reason.
I can see that.
A bunch of those shouldn't be mandatory for you to approve.
And this is going to be a very significant discussion with the Forest Service
Because it's
leadership.
not going to bring you any benefit. The bottom line is we shouldn't be following bureaucratic criteria. We should be using the common, reasonable sense. What's the bringing safety of the airplane and the people doing the extremely important duties to a safety level that's appropriate. So Cat 3 is completely relevant stuff. Are you going to have a pink switch there? Doesn't really matter.
Right.
Yeah, you can have a pink switch. Not that pink is any relevance, but just pink for purpose of the
Hello.
Well, hopefully.
We can, yeah.
Gary.
We have started
Yes.
to increase way better communication with both now BLM and the USFS.
I have a question for Hart. Okay, it's been my understanding in Chile is that service bulletins were only mandatory for Part 135 aircraft. in the past.
Service bulletins aren't required for Part 135 unless they're attached as a part of an AD.
Attached to an AD, okay.
Okay, now, and as Bo said, there's a lot of service bulletins that are smart to do.
Right.
Okay, and when it comes to tails cracking, I think it's smart for people to look at their tails because that's only just the tail.
I think that's kind of important, actually.
You know, so I think the big thing here is we have to have a conversation with the Forest Service because we're going to need to parse out, as you say, some of that fine boilerplate that we ended up with a problem. Let's say we have a wheel which only has 1,000 cycles on it, but they put a calendar date on it. They reduced its cycle life, say, from 20,000 to 11,000 because they knew that they weren't going to fail in 11,000. But it put it 3 years from time of this AAS publish of this service bulletin as a drop dead, and somebody puts 500 more cycles on a 1,000 cycle wheel. It's not dangerous, but the service bulletin says time compliance. So we don't have a danger, but in order for compliance, we have a problem. So there's where the common sense has to come back, and I hope our conversation with the Forest Service leadership and maintenance this year, we're gonna come up with
And
something.
honestly, in the speculative case that I mentioned earlier, it would be prudent for, like you mentioned, indicated on that, it would be prudent for the engine manufacturer, in this case, the Honeywell, to actually take a cold look, independent look on what exactly did we write there? Did we really mean that, or was this, sorry guys, it was a typo.
Well, and that
We
could be.
apologize, let's grab that fine print, it doesn't really applicable, because then what's the difference between the Cat 1 and Cat 3? There is no difference, then why you are bothering categorizing it if you're gonna put the lawyer's clause of 150?
Yes.
Exactly.
I like it, and
Okay.
I'm hoping that our aerial firefighting organization and the Forest Service are gonna have some input
I
with
would
Honeywell to
imagine-
help, and
exactly.
maybe
I
we
mean,
can get some
the
of this
open-
resolved.
The open dialogue and hopefully like a
Yeah.
collaborative environment should bring us there, I guess.
Yes. I think that we've encroached on Gary's time significantly, and we owe him. So I'd like to thank you all, and I'd like to thank the Hancocks for putting this together, because I think it's a really nice forum. It's good. So I appreciate it. Appreciate OnTech being here to help straighten out the truth from fantasy. Thank you.
All right, guys. Because of running over, which these things do, it's nothing that we're surprised about. We've got lunch set up and ready, so we're just going to kind of shift. We're going to break for 15 or 20 minutes. Everybody get you a plate. We've got pulled pork barbecue, coleslaw, chips, cookies, and I think Pam's going to have a veggie tray bring out here in just a few minutes. Non-alcoholic drinks are in the big cooler closest to the food. So if y'all just want to get up, take you a break, stretch your legs, make you a plate, come back, and then we'll have Gary Gadbury come up and he'll do his presentation.
I think you were very important. But the thing of it is,
Let me put this back.
clip it to your pocket.
Just clip it there if you get it. There we are.
That should be good.
Okay, and you'll turn it on back there.
I'll unmute it whenever everybody's ready.
All right, guys and girls, y'all find your seats, please. We'll get started officially. And Jackson, are we still rolling? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming back from the lunch break. Hope everybody got something to eat. And if you're still with us on YouTube or Facebook, thank you for staying with us or rejoining us. Up next is going to be Gary Gadberry with Air Center Inc. He's going to talk a little bit about some fuel issues, I think is going to be his main talking point. But I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Gary.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Well, gentlemen, ladies, isn't this a great occasion today? And the weather is super. And I want to personally thank the Hancocks for their sponsorship. It takes a lot of effort to put this into effect, but the real person that we need to be thinking of and thanking her is Pam, okay? Bob and John, they're just the face of the company. If you want to know something, call Pam. She knows where it is. She keeps those guys on track.
She's done that for many years with me.
I know, the truth hurts. And also, special thanks to our OnTech friends, Bo and Ollie. We appreciate you coming up here and showing enough attention to our needs and our problems to come and talk to us. You mentioned you were a steward. Well, you are a steward of a wonderful airplane. And we as owners and operators, we're stewards of those airplanes too. You know, besides, if it wasn't for you, Bruce and I would be out of work. We wouldn't have any place to go. So it's important that everybody kind of work together. And I appreciate the fire people. They add a lot to these magnificent airplanes. I wonder if Ted Smith ever envisioned these airplanes flying 50 years. I wonder if he envisioned that. I bet he didn't. Because back in those days, let's just build another one, and get it out here and replace the units. But my feelings is that we're going to see these airplanes fly another 50 years. If people like the Hancocks, Barley Aviations, if they maintain the aircraft. And we need the type certificate holder to give them the ammunition to do that. Very, very important. So I'd like to talk a little bit today about a couple things. The first thing, I want to show you my scary pictures, okay? And if you were here last year, you saw those. I was involved in a plane crash. It was a 500U, which is my favorite airplane. And this is what I started with. 441 double shot, whiskey. And this airplane had gone through my program. We put the Shrike nose on it, the front door, the eyebrow windows, flap gap seals, yada, 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 yada. And I had the airplane in Atlanta having a new avionics package put in it. And they had taken all of the old wire out because, hey, we can save 50 pounds of wire here if we take it all out. Because nobody takes wire, they cut the connectors off, they leave the wire in the airplane. Well, the airplane, whenever it was picked up, the fuel gauge showed 80 gallons of fuel on it. And in reality, and this all came out later, it was bone dry. So I had a young man who is now a 747 captain for UPS. He picked the airplane up and brought it into North Carolina where I picked it up. He came in the next day, gave me a list of 18 things wrong with the airplane. This light didn't work, this push-to-talk didn't work, this gauge had a flicker in it, but nothing about the fuel gauge. As he was flying back from Atlanta, the fuel gauge was tracking down, like it should, as you fly. So whenever on the 12th day of February, 2002, okay, I went over, I pre-flighted the airplane. You know what the FAA says about pre-flighting your fuel system? And this will apply with the turbine as well. It says turn the battery, the master switch on, and look at the fuel quantity. That's all it says. You know, you can't go out there, like let's say you got a Cessna 310 or you have a Baron or something like that. You can take the caps off and you can look in and guess what? You can see fuel. Not with these airplanes. It's like checking the gas in my little Thunderbird out there. You know, I got to look down this little hole, I can't see gasoline. So you are truly at the mercy of the fuel gauge. You're at the mercy of the gauge. And that's what the FAA approved flight manual, and it is the Bible on a Cirrus, a Turbo Commander, I don't care. That's the Bible that you go by. So I walked around, took off, the gear wouldn't come up. The infamous avionics shop had taken the hydraulic switches that cut the fuel and the hydraulics off and had reversed them. So the on position, they were actually off. You would not think to turn it off, would you? So the landing gear wouldn't come up. I still had fuel, you know, to the engines because of the other switches on it. So I took off, and the gear stayed down. As it turned out, that was kind of a good thing, actually. And so I climbed up to, I don't know, 2,500 feet AGL. I had 85 gallons of fuel on the airplane. Now, whenever Tad picked the airplane up in Atlanta, he powered up, and it had 80 gallons. That's important because we found out that was the 0 point. It had no fuel in it, but it was showing 80 gallons. So I'm flying along, and I mean, all of a sudden, the right engine quit. And it's like you reached up and took the mag switch and turned it off. I mean, there was no huffing and puffing and sucking fuel. I mean, it was gone. And so I looked at the fuel gauge. It had 80 gallons on it. I've flown the North Atlantic 6 times in Commanders. That doesn't scare me to go on single engine. About 2 minutes later, gentlemen and ladies, the left engine quit. Just like you reached up and turned it off. As they say, Houston, we have a problem now. Because all of a sudden, I'm in a glider. And, you know, I'm in the Appalachian Mountains, National Wilderness Area. I say mountains, you guys, where you got mountains, you know what I'm talking about. And so I rocked to the right, and there was the Ocoee River, big boulders, not an acceptable landing site. I rocked to the left, and there was a logging road. You know what a logging road is? You ever been out in the woods? It's just big enough to get usually one car, one truck in. Again, not suitable to land, but I decided right then and there, I'm going to crash near the road. You know why? Because I figured somebody would find me. And that's in essence what happened. So I'm coming in with the airplane, and let's use this guy here as an example. This is one of Air Center's models. I'm coming in with the airplane like this. And keep in mind, gentlemen, the markings on the airspeed indicator, they go out the window whenever you're a glider. Because Twin never certified the airplane as a glider. They certified it with the engines running. All right, so the airplane will fly much slower than you think it will, much slower. And so I'm coming in, and I'm probably, you know, I don't know, 1,000 feet above the ground. And you don't want to look over. Bruce, you know what's on the other side of the nose? Bad things. Trees, big boulders, rocks. You know, you don't want to see that, so you're so slow. And so it started stalling and braking to the right. You know what that is? I was going into a spin, you know? And so what I did was I recovered with rudder. I picked up the wing with the left rudder, neutralized, had them both together. And by doing that, I was able to come in and land flat. You know, guys, girls, if you go in like this, it's over with. It's over with. There is no outcome. But if you can come in and land in a flat situation, you can most likely survive it. I stand here today in front of you as a miracle because I did survive it. Now, let's look at the scary pictures. This is what we started with. This is after the junk stopped, and you're welcome to come up and look at these things. You can see the airplane's in a tree, okay? The control column, which you can see, broke my left femur. That hurt as it spun. There's the road. If you look, you can kind of see the road that I was looking at. Now, if I had dead centered that tree, Gary Gadbury would not be standing here today. There'd be somebody else talking to you. And so I was ejected out of the airplane in my seat with a broken leg and everything. And the windshield, it went away. The nice Garmin panel went away. But I want to point out something, Bo. The air center eyebrow window stayed intact. So point that out. It stayed intact. It was not a problem. And so I hit the ground about 20 feet, and that's what broke my back. I broke my back. And I'm laying there, you know, and I'm looking up, and my leg is cracked over. And so, you know, pilots, you know, we try to fix things, don't we? I mean, that's what we try to fix things. So I picked that leg up and I straightened it up. I want to tell you something, that hurt. That hurt. And so I'm just there, you know, not saying, God, please don't let me die, don't let me die. Well, hey, Gary, did you get a Mayday off? No, that's in the movies. You don't have time to do any of that kind of stuff. Well, where was the ELT? Oh, it was back in the hangar, you know. But I didn't need that. I had a direct line to God that day. I really did, you know. And so about 10 minutes later, I hear a road, on the road behind me, I hear a car drive up. I hear the motor shut off. I hear two doors open and slam, and two guys talking. And you see what this looked like, what was left of it. It was gorgeous, hanging out there. So they're looking at it, and I'm down here. And so I hollered at them, and they heard me, and they came running towards me. And I could hear their feet rustling the leaves, breaking the twigs, coming up there. Now, I didn't have a cut on me. Look at this beautiful face. I didn't have a cut on me, okay? Now, I had some internal bleeding because of the broke ribs, broke back, this sort of thing. But an airplane, as we all know, is made out of aluminum. And aluminum will cut you, you know, very easily. It's very sharp. So these two guys came up, they found me, and they were able to call 911. Life Force came in with a big old helicopter with Mike, Bubba, and Scobie. Those were my two EMTs. Now, how can I go wrong with Bubba and Scobie? You know, I mean, how can you go wrong with that? And so the crash occurred at 3 o'clock. At 5:05 or 5:15, I was at Erlanger Hospital. And Erlanger is a major trauma center in Chattanooga, and at that time, they had a helipad up on the building, and they had the command center. The first GPS approach with a helicopter was at Erlanger in Chattanooga. So anyway, I survived finally, and so as you can imagine, there was a lawsuit involved in it because I held the avionics shop responsible. And this is where Bob and you guys, you need to be listening up on this. Well, you know, their contention was, well, we didn't do anything with the fuel system, you know, we didn't do anything with that. So I got a hold of a guy named John Newman, and John Newman worked at Twin in Wiley Post, Oklahoma City. And John was a Navy guy. He was at Oklahoma State University. He was an electronic engineer, and his job at Aero Commander was to troubleshoot wiring problems. What a great guy, you know. If you're gonna have somebody as an expert witness, let's have the tallest guy out there in the pasture, you know what I mean? And John had developed my air conditioner STCs for the Commander and the other airplanes. And so I called John and I said, John, I need you to be an expert witness. Well, John was an old cowboy. He restored old pickups, he rode Harleys, and he roped cattle. Well, Gary, I never done nothing like that before. I said, yeah, John, but you're brilliant, you're smart. Well, okay, he said, send me a maintenance manual, parts manual, and send me a fuel gauge and a sending unit. Now, the NTSB had mine, and they tested, and you know what they said? They were perfect. You know, so pilot error, right? Pilot error. I just ran it out of gasoline. And so I sent it out there to John, and he ran tests. Anybody been in a deposition before? Okay, you know, you show up, they got a Bible, you put your hand on it, you swear who you are, where you went to school, what you had for dinner last night, that sort of thing, you know. And so anytime that I get down in the dumps, I get this deposition out and I read it and I feel better. So the attorney for the insurance company was talking to John, asked him who he was, what he did. Did you do any tests? Yes. Well, can you tell us what the tests were? He said, well, sir, he said, Gary sent me a fuel gauge. It's got 3 pins on the back of it and a sending unit, which is nothing more than a float, and it has 3 pins on it. And he said, what I did was I set that up in my garage, and I had to run 3 wires to get the proper impedance. So he said, I took my bass boat batteries, okay, he got this really down to plain. So he ran 3 wires along the doors to get the proper length from the instrument panel to the fuel sending unit. Okay, you know, the lady's sitting there typing it all up, you know. And what were your findings? See, my contention was that it flamed out at 80 gallons. That was my contention. And Tad, the young man that picked it up, it was 80 gallons whenever he picked it up. So John said, well, sir, he said, what I did was, you have pin A, pin B, and pin C. One of those is a ground. And he says, what I found out was that if you have an open on pin B, not a short, but an open on pin B, the fuel gauge goes to 80 gallons with no fuel in the airplane. Ta-da. Thank you. So he confirmed what I said. He confirmed what Tad said. He said, in fact, and I get this confused, if you have an open on A or C, it goes to 45 gallons with no fuel. And if you, the float, I should have brought it, but it's just like a bobber, okay? So if you put fuel in it, it comes up. And as it comes up, it registers on that fuel gauge. So things kind of turned around for the good on the lawsuit at that point, because we had found out what the problem was. Now, if Gary Gadbury had been killed in that crash, I'd have just been another statistic, and it would have been chalked up to pilot error. Let's blame the pilot. He's not here, okay? If you go to the NTSB website, gentlemen, and you look up aero commanders and fuel exhaustion, you'll find probably in excess of 17 or 18 of them that have gone down for mysterious reasons. And so as it turned out, you know, the avionics shop, and Bob, this is important, okay? Whenever you take one of these airplanes apart and you disable the fuel system for any length of time and you put it back together, you need to do a fuel calibration. You have to do a fuel calibration. You've got to make sure that there's no opens on, and the system is going to track properly. So if anything today, I'm telling you, that's very important. And because whenever it got down to 80 gallons, it was virtually empty. It was out of fuel. Now, whenever Ted Smith designed this system, he was very smart, you know. He said, look, he says, we'll make this simple. You know, these stupid pilots, you know, they won't have to be switching tanks. That's like, you know, 310 Cessnas, twin Comanches, Barons. They've got fuel everywhere if you can find it. You know, and you don't need to be at 100 feet off the ground trying to find the fuel. So Aero Commander Ted Smith said, we'll just have it on or off. That's wonderful, except whenever both tanks run out of gas. You know, if you've got outboard tanks and the fuel empties on the main tanks, well, we're just going to switch over to the outboard tanks and land. You know, so that's kind of a safety feature for you. All right, Air Center, I own 27 supplemental type certificates. Most of them just about apply to Aero Commander piston type airplanes. One of the ones that I'm very proud of is a low fuel warning system. And what it does, it sets, it's like the ones in the turbines, okay? Whenever your fuel in the center bag gets down to 30 gallons, guess what? The light comes on. As Bruce says, that's the low alcohol light. Heard him say that last night. But anyway, so you have an hour in a piston airplane to land, to get on the ground. Now, one thing I've done is I have taken it to the next level. We now have a voice command on it. Warning, low fuel, warning, low fuel, warning, low fuel.
Is it a male or female voice?
Well, it depends. For an upcharge, we can put your ex-wife's voice on it. That's no problem. Make it more discernible. But it also ties into the landing gear. Warning, gear down, warning, gear down. And we have it on the stall warning as well. So it's a great mod. I'd love to talk to you sometime if you think, like I say, you turbine guys have got it. And I'm talking mainly to the piston people here at this point. But anyway, the main thing is to make sure you got plenty of fuel. That's the other thing. The piston airplane's got 5 fuel cells, 2 in each wing, and then it's got the center tank. Unless you're like Bruce's airplane, and he's got my Long Ranger fuel tank, which we give him four more tanks of fuel. Makes Naples to Peoria pretty much nonstop. Or you can go from Miami to Puerto Rico nonstop. Now, let me just tell you a couple things here a minute. Okay, this little gizmo here in the piston guys, and I'm sure the turbines have got the same thing probably. This is underneath. This is where you drain the fuel on the firewall. And I'm happy to pass that around if anybody wants to look at it. If not, no problem. You're not hurting my feelings. Now, inside that, and this is something you're going to look at, this is the fuel filter. It sits in here, okay? Now, what accumulates in this guy is gas, and you know what else accumulates there? Water. Gas and water, that's what accumulates in it. So these guys here, they're so fine, I mean, it's just unbelievable. And these get clogged up, and I recommend that these be cleaned ultrasonically every oil change. I really do. I've been put on the ground half a dozen times because of fuel filters being clogged up. You don't think about it because it's out of sight in this guy here. But just kind of look at, just kind of what you do is, I mean, it's unbelievable how fine that is. And they're reusable. You don't have to call Twin to buy one of these things. But you do need to go to Harbor Freight, invest $80, and get a fine Chinese ultrasonic cleaner. That's very important. But I can't stress to you how important it is to clean. So your fuel comes in here. This is your main fuel from the hose here. This is kind of the return for the vapor. And this is where the fuel comes out going to the engine. Now, this housing is susceptible to corrosion. And I think Twin has a replacement kit for the housing. This, I think, is made from magnesium. Doesn't hold up well. Another reason to drain the fuel and have these things cleaned. Last thing, guys, and this pertains to you turbine guys. Anybody know what this is? That's a real expensive part. You don't want to lose the fuel cap. OnTech will be cheering if you lose the fuel cap, okay? They're expensive. Now, on the 500 series, you have one of these guys, okay? On Bruce's airplane, he's got 3 of them. There's 2 outboard, you know, and the turbines, I guess they've got, how many have they got? 3? You got 3, okay. All right, so I don't know if you can see it or not, but this has got an O-ring right here, okay? Nobody ever changes those O-rings. You should change the O-rings, and the reason for it is that if your bird sits outside, this is not airtight. You're going to get rain that's going to go in here and going to fill this guy up. You're going to get water in your system. So that O-ring needs to be changed. It's not a big deal. Now, this is an anti-siphoning device, and this is an airworthiness directive. It was mandated by a Cessna Shrike that went down in the Ohio River. I ended up buying that airplane, and I had pictures of it. You know, the internet, you can't hide anything. I got a picture of it where they've got it pulled out, and I swear to God, the door, and there's fish coming out of the airplane. You know, and so what had happened was the cap had gotten lost, and it siphoned fuel out. So they came up with a nice anti-siphoning device. Now, guess what's right there? That's another O-ring. Can you see it? Hand that back to Bo. Bo, look at this. You've probably never seen this firsthand. And then the last thing is inside that fuel filler is what we call the Hoover ring. Anybody know what that is? Okay, that's the anti-siphoning ring gear that goes, I'm sorry, that's the gear, the little ring to prevent the line guys from putting jet fuel in a 500, okay? Because the jet nozzle is like a duck's nozzle, okay? Where the avgas is a round nozzle. But let me tell you something. That will not prevent a good lineman from putting jet fuel in your shrike. He'll stand up and he'll aim and get it in there. All right, and that's not a good thing. If they put 100 gallons of avgas in your turbines, hey, we keep on going, no problem. All right, but what's your defense, your line of defense to prevent this for the piston guys? It comes down to this. Number one is you can do it yourself. You can pump the gas yourself. You know that you're putting 100 octane fuel in the airplane. Number two, you can observe the truck coming out. Make sure that it doesn't say Jet A on it and it's 100 octane. The third thing, and about your only line of defense, is whenever you go in to give them your credit card, look at the receipt and see if it says jet fuel or 100 octane. And that's it. I mean, those are your lines of defense to make sure that you don't. And I've been involved twice in a commander that's been misfueled. And those CHTs, I didn't know they could go that fast. They really move up. So, and the last thing on fuel is the commander, the regular standard commander has got 5 tanks in it. Bruce has got 7. 5, 6, 7, okay. All right, so a standard airplane will have 156 gallons of fuel. There is no way that you can get 156 gallons of fuel in that airplane. It's not going to happen. And the reason it's not going to happen is because those tanks are all interconnected, and they've got to flow, and they got to fill up. Or you could be on a ledge. I used to fly a 685 into Sun Valley all the time for 5 years, and we'd go into Twin Falls and buy the cheap fuel. And they actually had us a ditch that we could taxi into. You probably know what I'm talking about. We could taxi into the ditch, and that way the wings were level, and they could fill it. Now, what I always teach my guys, if I train them, is let's say you got a flight tomorrow morning. What you want to do is let's fill it up tonight, okay? Give it time to settle, and then fill it up the next morning. I guarantee, as they say, you can get an extra 10 to 15 gallons of fuel in it. You know, that doesn't sound like much, but you know where it's important? Where's it important? It's important on the end of the trip. Boy, I wish I had that 10 or 15 gallons. All right, so Twin has come out with a service bulletin. And it's a real inexpensive service bulletin. Let's hand it to the guys back here. And it says that you should allow for a leveling process, level time for it to settle. So it's important that you do that. Any questions on fuel?
I just wanted to throw out the turbine aircraft, even more so, guys will get in a hurry, and because of the fuel being out in little bags, all broken in.
Yep.
It's like a braided stream trying to wander into the, they'll think they're done and they haven't put in.
No, I know.
So we always give them a target. We know how much fuel, that fuel counter is real accurate on burn.
Yes, it is.
So you tell them how many gallons that should be. Their target is that. And if they can't get that much in, tell them to take a little while and wait, shake the wings, and get the rest in.
That's right.
I wanted to say one other thing with the turbine commander, that little anti-siphon flapper.
Yep.
Those guys, you know, they stick that nice big jet nozzle, big jet hose.
It's a problem. It's a problem.
Yeah, it'll get jammed because they'll jam a little the basket down in
Yeah.
there that keeps the nozzle from going in and punching holes in the bag. That flapper will get stuck on it. They'll pull it out. They won't realize. They'll think they put the lid on, and then the cap goes off. And guess what? You got no anti-siphon valve because it got jammed down. We just had this happen on one of our airplanes this summer, and it sucked an awful lot of fuel out in a short amount of time. So pilot needs to be very careful. I usually won't trust a guy until he's fueled the plane for a few days for me, and I've seen it's worked every time. I go up and check, and don't mind me, but I'm just going to check. I also offer to read him a book while he's fueling, so he'll get on his good side because it takes so long.
That's right. That's right. And what Hart's alluding to is whenever you go in to get it gassed, it's probably 110 degrees out there on the ramp, you know. And you think the line guy wants to fool around out there? There's air conditioning inside that building over there. So he'll fast fill it. And that's what you're talking about. Now the other thing that works against you is that whenever you put the nozzle down, you know, you got the flapper below, as you're taking on fuel, it tries to shut off the nozzle. So you're having to retract the nozzle. Well, guess what happens? It's closing. It's closing. Now, I got sued one time. Anybody ever been sued before? That's all right. We're just among friends. Okay. Hart, Bruce, you've been sued. I know. I can tell. I can tell you've been sued. But anyway, I had a little guy. No, I'm sorry. He was height challenged. I'm sorry. I said that wrong. He was a dentist. He was height challenged. And he got out one morning, going to go fly into Oak City, and got the ladder out, and he took the cap off, and you know what he saw? He saw fuel. Must be full of fuel. Must be full of fuel. It wasn't full of fuel. What happened was the flapper did its job. It closed, and guess what was still in the nozzle? A little fuel. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Just dripping, enough to where it filled that tank up, filled up the below the cap. And so it was my fault. I did something wrong. And if he'd have just simply taken his hands and pushed the flapper down, the fuel on top of the flapper would have gone into the tank. But anyway, you live and learn.
That's a gotcha. That's a good gotcha.
Yeah, yeah. So,
tell them what happened last year at the flying, the airplane sitting outside.
Derek, you want to talk about that?
Now you go ahead.
Same thing, you always know if you're getting fuel somewhere and the guy has to ask you for a flat blade screwdriver, you probably better watch him, because he has never seen one of these airplanes in his life.
Right.
Because there's not a single commander out there, unless they have that,
low fuel warning.
yeah, or that crazy cat mod that I've only seen on like 2 airplanes.
Yeah.
You know, that you've got to use a screwdriver. Oh, well, that's what happens. They don't get them latched down. Bruce, I know you know, you've seen this sort of, it's worn out. I've seen a lot, that receptacle wire, the basket gets broken.
They rust out.
You think it's latched, because it looks like, you know, it's,
Yeah.
it did. And then it decides to depart the airplane while you're flying, and then you lost the cap.
Yeah, yeah.
Then you're outside, but that flapper is what, you know, saves it, because if you do, you get caught in the rain or whatever,
Yeah.
in this situation, you got the water on top, and it's soaked up. There's some fuel in there, you know, the cap is on.
So anyway, by the way, in my plane crash, there was no fire. That was one advantage to running out of gasoline. There was no fire. Yes, sir.
One other thing that's happened to me, but on the strikes, you know, on the rear end of the nacelles,
Yes.
on the right side, if you have the alcohol windshield, you
Yes.
open up the thing.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
The other side, you have your hydraulics. It happened to me, luckily on the alcohol windshield. I told the guy to go fill it up. He opened up the back, opened up the alcohol windshield, and then he came in about 5 minutes later. Your airplane only took 2 gallons of fuel. I don't know what's wrong. So I went out and showed him, and he's like, this is alcohol filler right here. He didn't look on top of the wing to do that. Luckily, he didn't do it on the hydraulic side, because that would have been...
Oh, yeah, that would have been good. That would have been good.
Don't ever assume that the obvious for us
I like that.
is not...
John, you're a very wise man, that's true. Any other questions that I can whiz you a little bit on fuel? Just, you never have too much fuel unless you're on fire. That's the only time, okay. All right, so let's talk about something else. Oh, okay. Can I get the pictures rotated out? This is one of my favorite pictures. This is one of my trips down to the Bahamas. I love that blue water, don't you, Bruce? It's gorgeous. I love it. All right, let's see here. Oops, I'm sorry. If you would just go and set those up. That's all right. Yeah. Okay. My air conditioning system is FAA PMA approved. That's parts manufacturing approved. And the first AC installation that I got the STC on was for the 500 series Commanders. And it's been a great one. And the FAA guy that came up from Atlanta ACO to witness it, he's sitting in the back. We fired it up. Within 5 minutes, you know what he said to me? He said, Gary, you're going to make a lot of money on this. This works. what he said. Not my words, his words. It works. There's nothing like something that works, you know. So we've taken that unit and we've developed it where we can now install it in Beechcraft Barons, install it in Cessna 310s, install it in the little Diamond DA-42s, and we've done a lot of one-offs. I was over in Abu Dhabi several years back. I had a contract with the UAE Air Force over there. They had 3 brand new Twin Otters, brand new, that got out of Canada without air conditioning. Now, what could you have been thinking going to Abu Dhabi with no air? And so I was chosen by my company. We went over and installed the air units. Now, most recently, let's see, wait a minute. Hang on a minute. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to show you oh, I probably knocked myself off. This is the cool air system right here. Okay, see how compact it is? This is the compressor, the electric drive motor. It's a pallet. And recently, we were contacted by NASA. Anybody ever hear of those guys? Yeah, it's a nice name. And so they needed someone to come up with an air conditioning system to be installed in their G4. This is not the actual airplane, but it is a representation. And so what NASA did was they put a canoe right along here behind the door. And then they have 2 high-powered radar units in this thing. And, you know, radar is like microwave. It'll heat up the coffee in a hurry, okay? So they contracted Cool Air, which is my little company that does the air conditioner, into designing an AC system to cool it. So we're mounting it back in the hail hole. And you ever think about why they call it a hail hole? It's hot back there. And so we run the lines to pressure bulkhead fittings, and we cool the evaporators. These are some pictures that were taken. This is Smurf, that's Pete Boudreau, and he's one of the lead engineers. And that's me, of course. This was taken out at Edwards Air Force Base at NASA. This handsome guy over here is Larry Vaughn, and Larry's my business partner. I've sold Larry every airplane he's ever owned. I've known him for over 40 years. He is a smart guy. He's a graduate of Purdue University, got his master's at Harvard. Let me tell you something. He's a smart guy. I've got the ideas. He knows how to make it all work. Back in the back, you can see Larry going up into up the stair. Now the air stair, this is something that kind of will tell you a little bit about it. If anybody wants to read it, you can pass it around. My whole point in saying this is that the system is NASA approved. If you think getting FAA approval is hard, why do you go out to NASA and get NASA approval? My gosh. I mean, I was out there at Edwards, and I had these young engineers all standing around me, and I was looking, they're all about 24, 25 years old, and the thought occurred to me, I was among young Sheltons out here, you know, brains, but if you can say that your air unit is NASA approved, that's a pretty confident level of approval. Now, what that means to you guys, Bruce and I have been talking about taking the existing air units that are in the Turbo Commanders that are getting a little long in the tooth. May not be working quite like they should be working. And so we're going to go ahead and look at putting the cool air system in those aircraft. It's not going to involve it's not going to involve an STC. We're going to do it under engineering approval on the field approvals with 8110-3 approvals. And those approvals will be in the terms of structural analysis, a systems analysis, a flight test analysis, and electrical analysis. And that'll be good. The only difference between a field approval and an STC is the quality of the drawings. That's the only difference in it. So if you get into a situation where you have a problem with your air unit, I urge you to reach out to Bruce, okay? And we'll put a system together for you.
Replace the key.
Yes, oh yeah, this, and we're talking about modern technology. This motor, there's a reason that that's gold, it's gold plated. But it's not some cheap Chinese motor. This thing is an aerospace quality motor. And so we got a lot of neat things, and if you come down into that situation, yes, sir?
Sorry, Gary, I maybe missed it. What was the reason for NASA certification? What was the reason for that?
Not doing an STC?
Yeah, why, no, why did they want that?
Why did NASA want it?
Yeah.
Because the units were overheating. The radar units that were in that pod were generating so much heat that they were shorting out. They were
Force cooling to prevent that from happening.
we're not cooling the cabin, gentlemen. We're cooling the radar installation, the antennas.
Okay.
This was kind of the same situation I had over in Abu Dhabi. I met with Colonel Mohammed. You know, they're all Mohammeds over there. And these Twin Otters they had all glass panels in them. And so he said, Gary, he says, we have a little problem here. He says, you know, after 30 minutes in the air, they go dark on us. We can't see anything because they're overheating. So I said, Colonel Mohammed, I can fix that for you. And so what we did was we added another evaporator, and guess what? The problems went away. Yes, sir?
On the replacement for the Turbo Commander, is there going to be any different ducting, or are they pretty much
No, it's going to be the same ducting, John. Now, what we might do is we may, I heard you talk, about having another evaporator up front.
Yeah, I've got two, but the one in front, the ducting,
Well, all of that can be fixed. That can be fixed. I'm involved right now with a Lear program. Cool Air is. This is a common problem with older aircraft. The systems are old. And, you know, there's 19 Lears running around that the generals use to move them around in. And they just had a glass panel put in a year or two ago. I don't know, it was $2 million a copy, whatever. Well, the guys that put the panel in, they thought, well, they're going to be up at flight level 230 or whatever, no problem. Well, that's not true, because they're operating at 7,000 feet doing maneuvers. Guess what the panel's doing? She's going dark. So we're looking at engineering a fix for that is true. So, but anyway, I love to talk air conditioning, and if there's any way, and by the way, the Forest Service liked me in the beginning. A lot of the other guys didn't because they had to pony up and buy. But we supplied a lot of the air units for the Shrikes.
Is that a brushless motor?
It is not. But that's not a real issue, Bob. The issue is you need to check the brushes about every 500 hours.
I'll tell you what, that system works even when the Freon's not working. Just having that high output fan blowing on your head, everybody loves it.
And I'll tell you something else, and I'll get off and shut down. Our systems are all DO-160. Anybody know what that means? DO-160 tested? The one for the NASA, we had to take our evaporator motors and run them to 65,000 feet. Now, why would you have to do that? Because it says so in the procedure to make sure that it's going to light up and fire. So if you have something that's not only PMA but is DO-160 tested, it speaks highly of what it is. It really does. And it's a great system, and as you can tell, it's really lightweight. Now, what you don't see is you don't see the evaporators, which are about 8 pounds apiece, and the condenser.
How many amps is that?
About 70 amps.
70?
About 70.
Man, that's a small motor for 70 amps. It got some airflow through it, doesn't it?
Yep.
That's cool.
It's a 1.5 horsepower.
Wow.
So, and we're working on a deal to convert this thing to a heat pump. Bruce, you'd be interested in this because it will allow a lot of aircraft that have got our system in it to be upgraded. You can get rid of the janitrol bomb up in the nose and you can have heat in the wintertime. That might be something to be interested in, you know. Yeah. Last story, then I'll quit. Oh yeah, one more thing, guys. This is important. This is the reason I showed up here. Hang on a minute. Can you give me that last one? Yeah. Okay. I want to close by showing you my company's name is Air Center. Okay, we've been around for a long time. Air Center was actually formed in 1976. We're coming up on 50 years, which I'm kind of proud of that, all right? Let me show you one of Air Center's 10 best customers. This is Willie Foster Sellers. This is not a reproduction. This is an actual FBI J. Edgar Hoover wanted poster. And I'm going to let people look at this right quick while I tell the story. Willie Foster Sellers was a guy that called me back in the early 70s. And this is before cell phones, you know. And I had a little Cherokee 140 for sale for $10,000. And so Willie, he didn't use his name Willie, it was an alias. He called me and said, I'm interested in that airplane. I said, well, it's here. I gave him the whole 9 yards, you know. And I said, what do you do for a living? Because I always ask that. Don't you, Bruce? You know, well, I'm a Walmart greeter. Okay, next. You know. So he said, well, I'm in the building business. Oh, wonderful. And I just moved into Little Rock, Arkansas. And so I said, he said, I need an airplane in my business. And so I told him it was $10,000. I said, you better send me a $500 money order. We're talking big money now, okay? And I'll take it off of the market and save it for you, put your name on it. Well, I might do that. So I gave him the address and I said, can I have your phone number? Well, I don't have a phone yet. I just moved into Little Rock. Okay. So that's on a Monday. Tuesday, I sold the airplane to somebody else. Guy brought me a cashier's check, paid for it, airplane flew away. Wednesday, I went to the post office, and guess what was in it? $500 money order from this guy. I thought, God, now what am I going to do? Then we had answering services. Anybody old enough to know what an answering service is? There was beepers and answering services. This little lady says, Mr. Gadbury says, Mr. So-and-so's come to get his airplane. He's at the airport. Oh. So I rush out, I meet him. And he's kind of a nice, good-looking, tall guy, you know. And I said, man, I'm so sorry. I said, I sold the airplane. I said, I had no way to get a hold of you, no way to get a hold of you. And he said, and I quote, and this is priceless, Gary, you don't understand. I need to buy an airplane. You don't understand. I need to buy an airplane. So I said, hey, there's a little Musketeer over at the airport that's, you know, $12,000. I'd like to look at it. So we go over, he looks at the airplane. Musketeer's got 2 doors, you know. He says, I like it. He said, I got one problem. He says, I can't fly it. Can you get somebody to fly me back to Little Rock and I'll put him on a Delta flight back? I said, of course. So he whipped out the Benjamins. Anybody know what Benjamins are? $100 bills, okay? No, these were hundreds. These were hundreds. Benjamins. And he paid for it. And so Eddie Lillard got in there and flew him back, you know, Little Rock. And over a period of a year or so, he'd call, Gary, I love that airplane. He came by to see me one time. I love that little airplane. I'm thinking about buying a twin. I'm going to go into the construction business in South America. Wonder what that was. And so I said, well, wonderful. He might have been a future Commander Pyre at that time. So one day, an FBI agent walked into my office. Anybody ever seen an FBI agent? They are very distinctive looking. You know, they have 3-piece suits on, wingtip shoes, a big old badge, and a big old gun there somewhere, you know. And so he whips this wanted poster out for me to look at. He says, do you know this man? Well, I'll tell you another thing about the FBI. They know all the answers to the questions. They want to know how you answer the questions. You understand what I'm saying? So I said, no, I don't know that guy. And I kept reading and reading, and then something triggered. I said, wait a minute, I sold him an airplane. He said, yes, you did. And so he told me, he said, what they were doing was he would take this airplane and he'd fly into northwest Louisiana, southeast Oklahoma, Arkansas, park the car, you know, park the airplane. They all had old Crown Victorias. You guys know what that is, a Crown Vic? That's the old cop car that, you know, you could take it in to get a hamburger, put some gas in it. Well, he'd take the Crown Vic right in, knock off the bank, come back to the airport, get in the little airplane and fly away. He had a good gig going. He was a great, nice guy. He just had a flaw in his personality. He liked to rob banks. But, you know, they asked John Dillinger. He was back in the Depression days. John was a Robin Hood guy. You know, they would rob banks, and John would kind of pony out the money, you know, to the poor people, you know. And so they asked John, they said, John, why do you rob those banks? And John said, and I quote, because that's where the money is. Very simple. Well, anyway, the FBI, they do not like bank robbers. You can get away with a lot of stuff, but don't go be robbing banks and think you're going to get under the radar, because they don't like bank robbers. Well, they caught him. They caught him in Atlanta, Georgia. And he was down at the Delta freight counter getting something, and they arrested him. Well, they put him in jail there in Atlanta, and guess what he did? He broke out of jail. Let me tell you something. The FBI really doesn't like people that break out of jail. That's a no-no. They don't like that sort of thing. And so they finally ended up catching him. They put him in jail, and he ended up dying in prison. But I encourage you to Google him, Willie Foster Sellers. It's interesting. And I'm quite confident that he would have been a happy Aero Commander customer had he have continued. Thank you.
Probably could have afforded it, being as he knew where the money was.
Yeah. So anyway, well, listen, thank you for allowing me to kind of ramble on here a minute. Again, thank you to the Hancocks. Thank you to the OnTech gentlemen. And thank you. And be sure and look up Willie Foster Sellers. He was a neat guy.
You know, one thing is for certain.
Sir?
Nobody's beating your stories, man. Your stories are unbeatable.
Well, come next year.
Nobody can match even
Okay.
closely that.
Well, come next year and I'll tell you some more.
Oh, I'll be back for more.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. We're going to take a quick 5 or 10 minute break here. If last call for barbecue, or if you want any other that, get you another plate. We've got plenty. After that, I'm going to go put it in the refrigerator to keep it up. And then get your seats back in about 5 or 10 minutes. Next up is going to be Tyler Hall with Gammy.
Hey, Chris, if this maintenance business doesn't work out for you, you may have a real future in the barbecue business. Get me disconnected here. Thank you.
Are we moving the table or leaving it?
No, this table's going to be This table's going to say we're going to move this table.
Oh,
This just, we can put off Gary's stuff.
Yeah.
Just about, I knew
this side between the table and the speaker.
I'll go turn it on right now.
You want me standing behind the speakers?
Yeah, just don't, because like what Gary was doing was he was walking out in front.
Oh,
So
yeah,
what
yeah.
happens is that, yeah, you get
Feedback.
feedback from that. But you can walk back and forth here.
Okay.
Standing probably on this side, so you can see your screen better. But you just go wherever you need to be.
Yeah, I don't want to get in front of the screen.
All right, ladies and gents, let's go ahead and grab our seats and we can keep on rolling through. As you can see, we're kind of off the schedule we set, but we've got plenty of time. The dinner's not going anywhere. They know that we're going to be there when we be there. So.
Oh, you're in front of the screen.
Yeah, that's me. Don't make me use my police voice.
Now, where's the pointer one?
This.
Oh. That's the pointer.
Don't shine anybody's eyes.
Okay, yeah, I get it. Uh-huh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After this break that we just finished up, we now have Tyler Hall with GAMI Aviation. As most of you know, there's a big push right now to get away from leaded fuels and avgas, and I think it may be one of the hotter controversial topics in all of aviation right now. But GAMI's here. Tyler's here with GAMI to talk a little.
answer is yes, we have SPC. Yes, only because period. It's like all star candidates and airplanes. The FAA considers a helicopter a different airplane. But they're sitting on that. Now, with the G100UL, you get to have spark plugs that last the life of the engine, not like this. There is a test results on the AOPA barrel that we got, which is still strong on our food, got over $300 on it. But the wear now, if you mix leaded and unleaded, now helicopter is not certified as a D910 leaded ambulance. It's an unleaded. And it's certified from the arms SPC. And has some percentage of leaded at gas net and to the engine. It doesn't make a difference. It's been running on the leaded at gas its whole life. Now it runs on unleaded here. It gets all kinds of better. There are no modifications or special workarounds that the FAA is trying to work on. 23, the first flight of the ground. On the this is the